I don't know, Ali. I don't know what the fuck happened. Hold on. All right, let's get the. Let me hold on. Damn, I gotta find the link from the last stream so I can put it up here. Hold on, y'all. One second, one second, one second. And I'm gonna read the super chats. All right, my bad. Let me drop the link for everybody who is up here. All right, CJ was cooking too. All right, so my bad. I jumped out of the last stream, so I don't even have a link. Oh no, yes I do. Hold on, I do have the link. So I sent it to Fo. Hold on a second. Let me get back in there real quick. That's all right, man. We was at 300 people after the music. All right, hold on, y'all. Let me fix this real quick. Hey. Wait. Here, I'm dropping the link to the new stream here. All right, so y'all come over there, all right? I gotta keep this up because I need to get the super chats out of it. All right. Come over to the new one. My bad. I'm gonna read these super chats too. Damn, man, that shit was getting good too. We got Ray. Okay. Prime, come to the new stream.
I thought. Oh shit! I'm still on the last one. My bad. There we go. Right. I exited out.
All right, cool. There we go.
Look out! My son came in and said, "Man, they just cut it off because he's watching it."
All right, we good. Everybody share. I don't want to. We had 300 people in the building. I want everybody to hear this. Now, the silver lining is it's disconnected from the music, so it'll. I guess it kind of. I don't know. Kind of worked. I guess.
Yeah, it worked out. Yeah.
It'll give me a test also to see like how many people do or don't come back. And Miss Jilly just dropped the old stream or the new stream in the chat too. Miss Jilly the GOAT. DJ Riff was popping. Let me see something real quick. All right, I'll be right back. Get the likes up. Let me do this real quick. So I got the super chats here. I'm reading them from the last one, all right? Ali with the 20 ball. Salute to Ali. Ali said, Will was held at gunpoint to say that. Wink if you need help, William. He's an equal now, which means he's everything she wants him to be for her. A man ain't equal to no woman unless she leads and controls him. Then he miserable. Wow. Aaron with the $2 says most empowered at the same time, most oppressed. Ilkhan with the $10 says for generations, the sentiment attributed to women is you can't make a woman happy! Exclamation point. That's why it's happy spouse, happy house, because you can make a man happy. Martin Luther King with the $2 says Buddy had mad oblong. Martin Luther King with the $5 says I'm not listening to a grown man with two Y's at the end of his name. Relax, playboy. CC with the 20 ball. CC said, dang, I missed the whole Friday party. Still tip our favorite DJ because I knew it was fire. Indeed, man. Martin Luther King with the $5 says, I'm not listening to a grown man with two wives and in his. Oh, I read that one. And I read that one. Ed Unchained with the $2 says, Playboy's sole purpose in life is protecting women. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend and tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Now, where were we? Was CJ kicking y'all ass? And y'all was kicking his ass.
I was whooping y'all. I was whooping their ass, and my girl called me. I think my girl called me in the middle of the stream, bro. I think she watching on the other end, feel me? Because she tried to. She was hating.
Me and her cool. I know she watched. You be trying to act like she don't watch. Me and her, we was cool. So
she called quick to interrupt that fucking.
So a quick recap, simply put, is the question that's on the table. Reset the stream. Are most women miserable? Will we meaning the U.S. ever trust a woman to lead or be president? Callie was saying, based on CJ's premise, he's actually the one that's miserable and also trying to drag people down to being miserable with him. One thing that may allow some credence to that is Izzy's premise. When he sees women up here complaining about men with the vigor in which they do, he categorized them as miserable. If you liken that same sentiment to the men, would CJ qualify as one of the miserable people?
Hell no, that's some good reverse psychology though. Like, I'm not the miserable one. I'm always chilling, joyful. My fucking personality is upbeat, feel me? She always got the, I'm sad today. I'm so stressed out. Women are always talking about how stressed they are, how hard shit is, how, like, and Mr. Williams, everybody else see what you be doing, feel me? So you can act like you don't be caping for these hoes, for the women, but you do.
Look at what you just did.
You just did exactly what you said.
I don't call them out of their names, and I don't do.
I changed it to women. I changed it.
Yeah, but you shouldn't have never said it at first. See, that's the difference between me and you. I have discernment and I have respect. So y'all upset that I give women respect, where your ass want to be disrespectful, and then you wonder why they go at y'all neck. That's the problem. That ain't got shit to do with me. What trips me out is you grown fucking men want to come at another man for being respectful. I got daughters. What the fuck are you talking about? I wish one of you would come to my child that way. And I'm quite sure you wouldn't want some grown man to come at your child that way. Make it make sense. So anybody you on these goddamn panels, I don't give a damn. I'ma always be respectful, and I'm gonna treat women with the respect they deserve. Why do you think they give me my respect? Do the math, CJ. Do women come at me?
Hey,
do they come at me? Do they call me out of my name?
We heard you, brother.
No. Why? Don't just think about it real quick. Why do they not come at me that way?
Because you are a simp. You are a simp. You always trying to.
Right? Hold up, men are leaders, right? So if I'm leading them by showing respectful behavior, what's the problem? Now I want to hear one of y'all come at me with that. I got time. I will keep you up way past your bedtime. Seriously.
Thank you. Okay, ask any of the women, when they met me in person, was I respectful? I usually show respect to people that gives respect, first of all. And they don't come at you because all you do is simp. Can I finish? Because you wouldn't let me interrupt you, brother. So let me finish.
All right, my bad.
So they don't come at you because all you do is simp. You make excuses for them. And they're beautiful. You said that your woman give you hell at home. Now you want to act like she don't. You want to call her. Of course she gonna say that shit to the people. I just said they put on the act for the public, and that's all she just did. But when she get home, she in your ass, bro. Don't act like she not. Fuck out of here with that bullshit you just said. You just said a whole bunch of bullshit.
Wait a minute. Go ahead, baby. Go ahead.
No, I don't. I'm not in his ass when he comes home. For anything, I'm catering to my man when he comes home because he caters and respects me. I'm not on his ass.
That's not what he told us earlier, sweetheart. He said when he say something to you.
Don't put words in my mouth, CJ.
Well, then don't get her off the
show, CJ. She listens to the show. She supports the show.
Okay, and I'll send Mr. Williams the episode when he said, if I ever told my girl she getting fat, it's gonna be hell in my house. I'll send you the episode when he said that. I'll send it.
I never said
Yeah,
me.
you said you, sir. You said you.
I never said me. Go look
Yes, you
at the
did.
screen.
I'll send
I
it to
never
you.
said me. I said men in general who would come to their woman that type of way, because if you know your woman, you know damn well if you come to a certain way, it's gonna be World War III. Those was my damn words.
Yes, including you, including yourself. That's what you said, including me. You didn't say those. You didn't say including me, but you were talking about yourself when you said it.
All I gotta
Your
say,
girl
if
come
your
to you
woman
and say
comes
that
home
your dick game was
nagging,
trash.
you need to fix that.
Could your
my
girl
bad,
come to
Kylie.
you? No, I'm just saying, like, since it's supposed to be okay to just come out and say you fat, can your girl come to you and be like, your dick game needs some work?
I ain't gonna lie, honestly, I would appreciate that. But let me
Your
know when
dick game needs some work.
yo,
in
I've
those
been
in
fucking
those
falling
in those
off.
exact
Let me
words.
know,
In
baby.
those exact words. In those exact words.
Your dick game is whack.
What? Whoa.
I don't know. I would like to say yeah, but I don't know, bro.
No,
All
nigga.
right, yeah.
I don't think you
No.
can utter those
Yeah, no,
words.
of course you don't
You
want
would
to.
like to say
What
yeah? What the fuck is, bruh?
I'm not gonna be like, baby, you a fat. I'm not gonna tell my girl, baby, you fat as fuck. You a fat bitch. I'm gonna be like, baby, you getting a little too chubby. Feel me? I'm gonna try to make it as smooth as I could, but don't act like if my girl told me, hey, baby, you need to last longer in bed. I'm gonna be like, all right, my bad. Feel me? I'm gonna do my best. I ain't gonna be
Right,
like,
but
oh no, I can't believe
but
you
that
said
was
that to me.
But that was the premise of that conversation. And I'm not trying to have a conversation about the conversation, but that was the premise, was that you shouldn't have to mince words. You should be able to tell your girl the blunt truth and say it just like that. And people were disagreeing. That's all that is.
I missed it. My bad. I had to walk off for a second. So
they just need a life preserver. I'm just throw him a motherfucking, give him a damn some swimming.
y'all kicking his ass?
Hell yeah.
I'm straight. I'm chilling.
Hey, folks.
Hey,
They kicking his ass, folks. Even folks said they kicking your ass.
Hey, I'm doing Mr. Williams like I did Jace, bro.
Your ass, man. I don't know why you
I'm doing Mr. Williams like I did Jace, bro.
And I stay whooping your ass. CJ.
Easy W.
And everything you lost,
easy W, baby. Easy W.
90%, dude. I your ass. You might as well just concede the shit.
He got his girl to get on the
because I'm loved by females and you're not.
He just gonna
That's the whole thing.
He got his girl to get on here and say, I'm good, my man is good.
That's
like
your
I just
problem.
Why you keep interrupting me, brother?
Quit lying. Damn.
You
heard it from her own mouth.
That's what I just said.
Well, regardless, CJ, you're the miserable one, and I'm happy as shit.
Okay, can I finish now? Okay, he got his girl to get on the phone and say, my baby happy, he not miserable. But like I just said, women will put on the front for the world, feel me? But when she get home, she in his ass. She gonna be like, this house ain't clean? You ain't make dinner? She on Mr. Williams, yes, ma'am, yes, baby. He fucking go be fucking, get out of here. Of course, he gonna be like, baby, I need you to do me this solid. Act like I'm happy. Act like you happy. Fuck out of here. That shit just an act.
Sorry, so
I don't need some cheeks, man. It sounds like
I was trying to get Mr. Fantastic 2 cents in there, but I don't see him though.
Brother.
So, are most women miserable?
Voluntarily, some.
I see that. There we go, folks.
What?
They put
are most hold on, Prime. Are most women miserable or what?
Nah, I think it's a choice to be miserable. You don't have to be miserable.
So what about the women? Are most of them miserable or not?
From the ones I see, I can't tell for real. I don't think so.
Give it up. There it is.
Are most is a minority or majority women miserable? Minority. Okay. All right. Let me leave Fo alone. Just God damn it. Just smoke. Reaper.
Put him in the fucking bedroom. Get him out of here. Come on.
Are most women miserable?
Yes, sir. Most women in America are miserable. Let's be honest. Like they're the bigger consumers of goods in terms of just frivolous shit, fashion, things that are supposed to make them happy. Men are a lot more simpler. You can give us a couch and a PS5, and we good. Women get confused as to why men are happy with a couch and only a PS5, right? They say, why you don't want this, you don't want that. It's like, nah, I'm good. I don't need all these other things that make me happy. In fact, men probably they buy shit mostly to impress other women. If women did not exist, now in some weird, red pill, whatever you want to call it, ish, they didn't exist. Most men here would probably have one outfit, smell like balls, have the same Jordans they got since high school. We're simple people, right? When you talk about, every woman that y'all, not every, excuse me, take that back. But the whole thing now that women will ask you is, have you been to therapy? It's like, I don't need therapy. Like, I'm good. I got my boys. I got things that take my mind off of things. I come home, I might be playing video games, I might be working out. We have other outlets, right, to, de-stress us, whatever. Take that off our minds, take off our bodies. And you got a lot of women out here, at least from the few I know that are doing it. You got women out here that I didn't even know they're taking anxiety pills, right? I didn't even know that's a thing. I don't know any male friends of mine who take anxiety pills, right? And a lot
Everybody
of that
gets
I'll be fair, a lot that came through the pandemic. I know like one chick who was like, oh, she has to take because she caught it through the pandemic. And I was like, damn, I ain't gonna lie. I liked it when the streets were empty. I could run the block, exercise, and things were peaceful. But a lot of women couldn't deal with it. I'm not saying men couldn't deal with it, but I just know more women who couldn't, right? And, for years, my last point, for years, I grew up with Oprah, Ricky Lake, Jenny Jones, all these talk shows where 90% of it was women complaining about what was happening in society with regards to men, relationships, and whatnot. As soon men just started talking out, and it's like, oh, so you know what I mean? For 30 years, since in the 90s, I'm talking about it was men ain't this, I'm not, it was whatever, women were complaining, that's my point. And up until now, it's, oh my gosh, the red pill, the manosphere. And these are things that, yes, they were born, probably mid 2010s or whatever, but men are talking about it now, and it's like, oh my gosh, it's like this proliferation of thought and opinions that men didn't have before. And it's like, women have always been complaining. Hamp, you see it, bro. My last point. You've been to the clubs, you've been to all these events, right?
Yeah.
You know how it is where, people in the wall, whatever, right? Who are typically the people initiating the fun in the party? Is some dudes doing some stupid ass dance, some dudes doing some fun shit, and what happens? All the women kind of swarm around and say, oh, who that? What they doing over there? They're fun vampires, and they know it. They can't create fun by themselves. They got to come around and see what the men are doing and get their shit from that. Even your favorite rappers like Gorilla, all these people that talk about women this, you know who writes their lyrics? Men. It's men. So let's be honest. I know people are not going to agree with me. I'm not saying all women are miserable. I'm not saying people in relationships, like Mr. Williams says, cannot be happy. Excuse me. But when you look around, let's be honest, bro. These women are not happy. That's why they complain about every single effing thing. But I'll shut up. Apologies for the rambling break.
Hey, Reaper, I want to ask you a question. What clubs do y'all go to where the women are not dancing? It's the men.
It's all over.
I've never heard a man say that. Usually it's the women on the dance floor dancing with each other, wanting to get chose. So what the hell are y'all
right
doing?
now is mostly women in the clubs, especially in Atlanta.
The hell are y'all talking about? That's what I be talking about, man. Y'all
No,
not
oh my God. No, man,
hey, dude.
Mr. Williams, I can answer this for you. I can answer it for you, Mr. Williams. Hold on, real quick.
Unless you at a gay
I'm in
club,
Vegas. Hold on, but Mr. Williams, why you want to keep talking? Why you want to keep talking, bro, instead of letting me answer the question?
Go ahead.
So, I'm in Vegas. Most of the women, they be in their section, sitting down, taking pictures. They not really out there dancing and shit. And a while ago, like 4 or 5 years ago, I got this girl number at a club, right? Then I seen her Instagram story, and she was like, I go to the club just to curve niggas, just to turn niggas down. I said, that gotta be some miserable shit. Hoes go to the club just to turn niggas down? What kind of people, like, this shit don't even make sense no more.
In our generation, that
They
is true.
They love to get somebody just to fucking down, say that they got them, strung them along. They curved them. They love that shit, right?
Her shit was
Really?
verbatim. It was like
Is it really misery though?
I've
Is
been
that
hearing that
really
since high
misery?
school. No, that's misery, bro.
that's misery.
I wouldn't
Exactly.
entertain a woman just to be like, oh, I mean, I done seen a couple red pill niggas on that shit, like, oh yeah, get her and curve her, or take her out and then block her.
Oh yeah,
That's
because we're trying
miserable.
to do
That's
the same
miserable
thing as
men,
that
but
they did.
in
Yeah.
itself, that's misery. Like if you have to entertain someone just to down them, just for you to feel good, that's clear misery. I don't care who you are.
Clear misery. It was verbatim. I go to the club just to turn niggas down.
And
Like,
I've been hearing
what
that since
type
high
of
school.
I have a
weird
problem
I've
shit
been
is
hearing that
that?
since
Y'all
high school.
realize that I do perform in clubs?
We don't give a
Over the
fuck.
water.
That doesn't
Yes,
equate to the
I
conversation.
literally
yes,
perform in
That
clubs.
that does
yes,
not
you a
equate to the
clown. Yes,
conversation.
you are a
literally
clown.
am a performer. I'm an entertainer.
Yes, you are a
That does
clown.
not equate to the
So
conversation, bro.
go on,
Yes,
CJ.
you
You
are
the
a
only
clown.
sport just
Can
up
I
here. Go with that bullshit.
can I ask a question? Can I ask a
I'm
question?
really trying to
All
have
right.
a real conversation about the fact that
You said niggas going to gay clubs.
if y'all
You
are
said what
not
kind of clubs y'all
supporting
going to? Gay clubs.
women, then you are in the wrong places.
But
And
Mr.
you
Williams,
said we
I
go
didn't.
to gay
There
clubs.
are
What are you talking about? You talking
21
about?
just for
I wanna-
men of women out here, especially every fucking weekend. Just like it's Friday, it'll be jumping with women. So I don't know where the hell y'all be going or what
Okay,
y'all be doing.
Mr. Williams, I
But
apologize. So,
do
okay,
that.
can I ask you a question before? All right. Let's not even talk about, because the clubs is one aspect, because I could give you examples. I guess maybe it's regional. I don't know. Whatever. Let me ask you this. On my points about consumerism in terms of women having to go out, or typically go out, buy a whole bunch of things they don't need, got bags, 30 billion bags, 30 billion shoes to be happy to. Men don't do that, right? When I talked about the idea of there are a lot more women, and again, I don't know the numbers, but from what I've seen, a lot more women on antidepressants, anxiety pills, or drugs to get them over, more so than men. Can you talk to those points? Do you see that? You could ask, your wife. I ain't being disrespectful.
Well,
You ask your wife.
if you want, I can only speak anecdotally on her if you want me to. But
No, not on her. I'm just saying in general. Please don't.
I know a lot of women who actually love to shop. Some of that is therapy for them. Some is their love language. They like to shop for their kids, their husbands. They like to shop for family. I'm not speaking for all. I'm just saying what I see. Now,
you prove my point though.
That a lot of the times that doesn't have to do with misery. A lot of women love clothes, they love shoes, and they wear the shit.
But the fact that they have to,
now,
the fact that they need those things to make them happy. My bad.
Hold up, Reaper. Now, you said a woman being on medication. Could that be part of her therapy and she wanting to be better and be a better woman? Are you looking at that aspect that maybe she's in therapy? Maybe that she has some childhood trauma that she's battling with and she's getting help.
But that kind of don't matter, because at the point when you meet
He
somebody,
proving my point,
Yeah.
y'all. You see it? He proving my point.
I'm just saying, hey, I lost my father in 2020. I was
Right.
going through a spiral. I have dealt with so much shit. I'm raising my niece.
that
I
doesn't
had to
mean
go to
anything
therapy. I had to
when you
get
come face to
medication
face with somebody.
because I was about to pop. I was about to lose my mind, and I was gonna do some reckless shit out here.
So you did what? You coped?
I went to therapy. I got help. Things that the people that I couldn't, the closest to me. I'm talking about my brothers.
I know, Miss Williams. What I'm asking is this though: if you're saying they create these habits, right, to cope for things while in therapy, so they're shopping more, they're gambling, they're buying stuff, they compete, and they wearing makeup. If they're doing those things to cope, then you can see the point that indeed they are miserable.
No, I wasn't saying that all of them cope like that way. He was asking me a specific. I'm just telling. I'm giving him the other side of them trying to go extreme. So I'm giving you the other side that some people don't do that. A lot of people don't like to gamble. Majority of people are not gambling.
But Mr.
Just
Williams,
like now, I could go to Kroger's right now. Kroger's is about 2 miles away from me, right? You'll see women in there dressed to the nine. They got on heels. They looking good. They got on makeup just to go grocery shopping. There are a lot of women out here. They're not miserable, but life is lifing.
Hold on. Let me say this.
Mr. Williams, we're not talking about as to why they're miserable, right? And that's that's a whole multivariate analysis that we could break down. And it's not necessarily saying that women are miserable, like it's not validated, right? There are a lot of reasons why women would be more miserable in society, but we're talking about, are they more miserable than men? And you
Let me
just,
say this, Reaper.
through what you just said, kind of confirmed that they shop more than men. They
That's
do these things
normal
to
for a
This is
cope.
woman to
easy.
shop more than
Reaper,
men.
let me say this real quick.
But why is it more normal for a woman to shop more than a man? My bad, CJ. Go. I mean, take over.
I mean,
No,
hell,
you
that's
good.
been
You
since
good.
I was born.
You can't ask Mr. Williams too many
All
questions.
right, all right. Let's table this. Is getting a little bit circular. I know Prime was trying to say something, but Callie's the only woman. She got her hand up. Go ahead, Callie, and then we'll get Prime back in.
I'm listening, right? And things that are associated with women are being categorized as behaviors of being in misery.
Yeah.
As coping through misery. So yes, the question wasn't, are women more miserable than men? It was that are majority of women miserable, period. It wasn't juxtaposed against men. So you can't say that because you guys like more simple things and we like more decorative things and we shop for those things and whatnot, you can't say just off the strength that is happening, that equates to them being miserable, because it doesn't. We've always shopped more. We've always accessorized more. We've always worn makeup. We've always decorated our hair and did all this kind of stuff like that. That does not equate to someone being miserable. I'll give you the antidepressants. I'll give you that, right? But then at the same time, too, if you have anxiety issues, does that mean that you're miserable? Because you're anxious?
No, you're just
If you
more
have
sensitive
panic
to
attack,
stimuli.
if you have panic attacks, does that make you miserable?
No.
Could.
No.
As a man, I've never had either, so I couldn't tell you.
But the whole point is that
Well,
it
I
could,
can
right?
tell you that it doesn't.
We're not speaking.
Hold on, Reap. I know the white man got you rushing. That's why you trying to get all your points out before you come in your office. He make you wear
I'll make it quick.
Ahead,
I'll
Brian.
make it quick, huh? Women are not.
That's what she said.
So, are most women miserable? I have to say no, because like I said, they have so much advantage. They're giving us so much. You know what I'm saying? They're not miserable, bro. And when you like, if I don't understand this, if your wife is coming home or your girl is coming home and then she's like complaining and nagging and shit, and you haven't laid down that when I come home, I need my fucking hour to my fucking self, which means shut the fuck up. Let me play my game. Let me do what the fuck I got to do. And then we can down talk, you know what I'm saying, meet up. If y'all haven't established that, then that's your problem. You haven't established that if she's nagging all the time, like constantly, if it's more than a couple subjects at a given time, then you got to address that shit, bro.
Can I address both of them? Or?
Yeah,
like,
go ahead.
Opposition.
So Mr. Williams really don't even understand that he explains why they're miserable, then says they're not miserable in the same breath. So his brain don't even let him understand that he's doing both of them at the same time. And Prime, like, if you have to tell your girl, hey, don't nag me and all this shit, they're miserable. You're just saying they're miserable, but you got to tell them not to be miserable, which they still gonna be miserable. They still gonna be sit there like, I want to nag them. Like what you saying is, if I'm gonna tell my girl, I need an hour of you not being nagging me, you not expressing your misery. That's all you saying. I need an hour of you not expressing your misery.
No,
I need 2 hours of you not. And if they express their misery too much, then I'm a put the foot down, put my foot down and say, hey, you really don't express your misery to me. That's all you saying right now.
Well, I'll get. So if I explain it that way, I'll give you that. My bad. What I'm saying is, don't interrupt my peace during my time. That's what I'm trying to say. Don't interrupt my peace during my time. Other than that, if you're miserable, if you're constantly complaining, then something is wrong, bro. If you really have something to complain about, something is definitely wrong.
But Prime, but what you articulated was that you have control over how much misery she pours on you in that hour. Because you're saying, don't nag me, don't at me. And then when I see you, then we can rap about it. But you're not about to pour your alleged misery. Because remember, what's in contention is misery. Right. So my assumption is that you're saying, hey, keep that misery for the first hour I get home, and then I'll listen to it based on what you said, based on the subject. So just clarify it so we understand better.
All right. So what I hear after that hour is just bullshit about work. I don't hear no complaints about what's going on in our fucking life and nothing like that. If this bullshit about like the little people or the little hearsay, the little gossip at work, that's all I hear, or her friends. That's it. You know what I'm saying? Anything else, what do you really have to complain about? Nothing.
But they make things up because they're miserable. That's what I'm trying to tell you. They do it anyway. You think we think in our mind, what do this motherfucker really have to complain about? But they find things. They find it. I didn't get lunch today. My nails hurt. I'm so stressed packing for this trip.
My bro.
Yes, I learned there's a deeper issue too. I learned it too. I'm not trying to express it to y'all that they're miserable. That's the deeper issue.
What we doing, yo? I'm looking at her like, yo, shit, I got a damn badass bitch on like over here. I ain't even damn want her like that, but shit, you trying me right now. Dead ass, you trying me. So the bullshit.
Look, bottom line, if you have a solid foundation with your relationship, you already know what y'all routine will be. Y'all will have that discussion. You would have all of that when you start even becoming a couple. So to make things just to the damn extreme constantly, damn, it's just ridiculous to me. Everybody doesn't argue.
Hey, I think
some people just work the shit out. They might have a slight conversation, and that might be it. But everybody's just not miserable. I can't stand this. At one end, y'all want people to get married, then they don't. I mean, make up your mind.
Yeah, but I think misery is the wrong word. Peace to the panel, but misery is the wrong word to be used here. That's a very strong word to say somebody's in misery. Women complain about little petty things throughout their day. Women complain about little petty things. They're gonna find some things to complain about day to day. It is what it is, but that's not miserable. That's not misery.
What do you call it?
That's just women being women. It's nagging or
no, I call it
miserable.
Yeah, I'm calling it misery.
That's a state of being. That's something you're doing.
All right, y'all keep talking at the same. Come on. Now the nigga said one thing, CJ. So Trigger Man, when you categorize misery, right? If a thing is consistent, if it's consistent nagging, consistent complaining, right? Consistently is always something, because that's what the brothers are articulating. They're not saying just once in it's always something. What would you call that?
I can't find the word quite at this second. I want to attempt to. I'll go look up and find a few synonyms to see what we can find, but it ain't miserable.
But if you have to, hold on, y'all. If you have to look it up and do that much due diligence, and the brothers just apply misery to it, why push back?
Because I still feel, I think misery is too strong of a word here.
But I think if I go use my my dictionary or thesaurus, I know I can find a better word for a whole lot of shit.
Yeah,
but if you don't just real quick, if you don't currently have the vocabulary to articulate it, then why not concede the point? Would you like to use disgruntled? No, because that sounds more like
it's still too strong of a word.
I know. So, what's a better word, disgruntled or misery or miserable?
Disgruntled is less than misery, so I would go to disgruntled, but
because you're just saying it's too strong.
It's both of them still too strong at that point. What I'm saying is, women will find a complaint in anything. They can have a good man, do everything they will still find complaint with the man.
Okay.
So it is what it is. Like, remember they say you can give women they gave women 80% of what they want in a man. And the women still said, no, I would not accept that man. They still found complaint in there, right?
Yeah. That sounds so. Well, what about frustrated? But frustrated means somebody have to do something to you.
I think frustrated is too strong of a word.
You playing the
game. I want to say real quick. He said, I want to go and look for synonyms. You know what synonyms are? Just other ways to say the same fucking word. What the fuck? Why would you go look for synonyms to the same fucking word? It don't make sense.
But synonyms can be varying from the strength.
Degrees.
He sound like a woman.
All right, how about this? Spoiled?
No fucking no way. No fucking way.
Yes. Entitled? Can they be entitled? Are they
No
entitled?
fucking
Yeah.
way. No, because they still get the shit they want and they still want more. They still just miserable. They still not happy with it.
That's for you. That's what you call for you.
Yeah.
These
Hey,
people
hey,
get
from what I
this
see,
out.
you guys,
That's
from
what
what
you
I
call
see, what it
entitled.
says as a chronic complainer, a person that's considered a miserable person is a chronic complainer, always focusing on the negative aspects of their lives and constantly venting their frustrations, whereas misery is more of the frustrated part. You feel a despondency of your state in life. So a chronic complainer is all the time miserable person. You just unhappy all the time, more than less. Scrooge like
That
miserable.
sounds like CJ on this panel right now.
Wow.
Wait, I missed it. What kind of got? What you say? Oh, I missed that one.
I said what Ray laid out. That sounds like you right now on this panel.
What did he lay out? I missed that.
I'm not saying Trigger Man wrong, but I'm saying Trigger Man don't got a better word than he talking about. I'm gonna go find one. That's crazy.
Listen, I agree with spoiled. I agree. I'm thinking more entitled. So them being spoiled leads to complaints. Even when they got things good, they will still find a complaint because they're spoiled.
Even ugly ones that don't get what they want, they get some of what they want. They still want more. Even the not spoiled ones still complain. What is he talking about? First of all, and second of all, Trigger Man, you sound like women talk, bro. It's too harsh. Let's find a better word. Let's make them feel better. Like, no, motherfucker, they are miserable. There ain't no fucking better word.
What did I just say? I know everybody on the panel and everybody in the daggone audience sees on display what I just said right now.
Don't
I
get
didn't hear what you said.
What'd you say, Callie?
Feel a certain way about the word.
Again,
It's not about harsh.
You did say you said.
I said. Then I immediately said I think.
Yes, but he had a Freudian slip with the slip called.
Freudian slip. It's called a Freudian slip. Number one.
I feel like it's too harsh of a word. Yeah, that's it. Yes, think and feel is the same shit. Right? No, yes, you just now you just.
It looks like you're gonna have to give for a better context and look it up. Man.
Still want to run with it.
Now he playing semantics.
You're miserable.
He playing semantics.
Like you're miserable.
Trigger man, hold on.
That within a second.
Okay, Trigger.
Break it down.
And I'll give you the correction.
Wait.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Wait. All right, let me do this.
Let me give it to him.
Let these two yelling ass niggas get in here. Okay. Now, before y'all start, let me just do this. Callie, say what you said again.
Based off of what Ray described as the definition or whatever, it sounds like CJ, or it looks like CJ is displaying those same characteristics on the panel right now, always finding the negative in everything.
Okay, that's not true. So,
based off of his own premise of misery loves company, he's trying to bring everybody down and tell them about them. That knows that you're really unhappy. That's not what that is. Damn. Sounds like misery.
You should try the difference between misery. I'm sorry.
Go ahead, bro.
You guys can take it.
Oh well, have I ever sent you a compliment unwarranted?
Yes. Unsolicited.
Unsolicited. My bad. So it's not. I'm not just sitting there sad or miserable. And Trigger Man. All right, I'll just Trigger Man real quick. You said you feel, then you changed it to think, but
within a second.
It was a fraud. Yeah, within a second.
Okay.
But you just said I think it's too strong of a word, which is the same shit as feel. I feel like it's too strong of a word.
Thinking
you can change. You can change. You can interject those. You can interject those words in that. Let me finish. You can interject those words in that sentence, and they'll be the same fucking.
They won't be the same. Thinking and feeling is not the same. That's why I corrected it. That's why I corrected it immediately, because it's not the same.
All right.
Okay.
I'm merely pointing out
all right. Now
of a word.
Trigger Man.
Not what I feel.
Trigger Man, let's do this. I'm gonna give you a minute. Tell me why you think CJ, for all intents and purposes, is projecting. That's essentially what you alleged.
That was Callie's analysis, but the projection, I say the evidence of him pointing out that my think or my feel word, which was immediately changed to think, and him keying in on that was the same thing that you're talking about what women do. They find even when you do the right thing, you correct something immediately, they will still go to the little problem. Oh, you actually said this first, even though I corrected it within a second. You're doing the same very thing that you're accusing the women of doing. And I didn't even come up here to argue with you, brother. I just came up here and said it was just too strong of a word. It's crazy.
Oh, I agree. No, I agree.
Hold on. Trigger Man got 30 seconds. You done, Trigger Man?
Yeah.
All right, go ahead, CJ. You got a minute.
No, I agree. He changed it immediately. Feel me? So I'm gonna give him that he said. I think I'll give him that. Feel me? But I still believe that women are miserable people. You could try to find. He can't even find a better word. He said he don't look for a synonym. That wasn't a fraudulent, however he said, or it wasn't a mistake.
Freudian slip.
Fraudulent slip. You gonna look for it? You gonna look for a synonym, motherfucker? A synonym is just the same word, different way to say the same word. It's just a different. It's the same word with a different meaning. I mean, yeah, a different word with the same meaning. So it don't matter which way you say it, you still wrong.
Yeah, but I did then came back with spoil you, entitled. I gave you the accurate words that I believe that describe what you're describing.
I don't think those are accurate words though. I don't think those are accurate.
More spoil you, entitled.
So here's what was alleged to Trigger Man and whomever else is questioning it, right? In terms of the misery for women, right? Spoiled people, like kids be spoiled. But typically they don't want you to come down there with them. Once they get what they got, boom. What was alleged earlier before you came up, Trigger Man, was the miserable people want you to come down there with them, i.e. what Callie was giving an example of what CJ was showing essentially. And so what happens in relationships with women when niggas try to frolic? Do women try to bring you down there with them? I'm just asking. If so, that would be, hold on, let me finish my statement. If so, that would be more related to misery than spoiled. You see what I'm saying? I just want to make sure you have all the information as to the reasons why. Go ahead, Prime.
No, I was saying you can simply ask the niggas in Atlanta, bro, what's going on? How does it feel? Because women are complaining right now. They got the market. Men have the market right now.
Mm-hmm.
Completely straight up. Clubs.
Oh, wait.
Everything.
What market do we have? And we got examples of when we were frolicking on the show.
It's like 10 to 1, like in Atlanta, 10 to 1. Like on sides like that. No, I would be like, nah, it ain't that. But look at the social media.
Prime, your mic's
your mic, yeah, you sound kind of crazy. But we'll say that again for me though, bro.
My apologies.
No,
Can you hear it?
No, you still.
Your shit is doubling up. It's doubling up. It's like can't you hit like that.
Cut your see if you got another YouTube thing in or something. Cut one of them off.
You sound like Brucey B. Let me do this.
Right. I took one of them.
That ain't work. Let me do this because I'm sick of y'all already.
Put him in the fucking bedroom. Get him out of here. Come on. Wait a minute. Whoa, my money here.
Lee got upset as soon as he seen it.
I'm going back to my studio.
This loyal ass man.
All
right, fine.
Lee rolled his eyes as soon as he said. All right, Lee, I'm gonna give you a minute, nigga.
I wasn't even about to say shit.
That wasn't even for you.
That shit was definitely for me, Mark. Nah, I ain't stupid now. It's like,
nah, it was. You know what it was? It was so many people in the back, but now it's kind of empty in the back. So, T. Lee, if you want to come back up, come up. Let me read these real quick. Ali, hey, turn the birds off, Lee, or mute. Ali with a $5 says a woman's misery ended the stream! Exclamation point. A had to misspell them words because the algorithm even protect the mean girls. Ali with the $2 says, no, man, no, my bad. Will and Prime Cape ended the stream. Damn. Hakeem with the $10 says to Mr. Williams. A couple of days ago, you mentioned to Tiff about even in cases when you try to do right as a man, it's not good enough. So wouldn't that be example of misery loves company?
Those was ex-wives, dude.
He all over the place, huh?
Hakeem with the $5 says, CJ, you do be spitting out misery to others, though. I'm not gonna lie about it. I'll leave with if $10 says, CJ about to get William in trouble. William, I got you on my stream talking about how bad the women are and how hard it is to find one. Now you got one and they all good. Come on, fam. I'll leave with the $5 says men can critique and work on it. Women can't take critique or correction. Oh, by the way, survive, William. I'll leave with the $5 says CJ said William. Okay. CJ said William take care of the house ass nigga. Get your ass in the kitchen, clean, William, and there's gonna why am I having such a hard time? There's gonna be some hell to pay. Will's woman. That's what, she don't be talking to him like that. I'll leave it at $5. Damn, I didn't know Black Dawn and Reaper were twinsies. See, through you with the $2. Reaper friends take Ritalin. God damn. I'll leave it at $5. Hey, please turn on the bounties. William ass is grass. Aaron with the $2 says OG just trying to repent for his Playboy days. I gotta chill. I'll leave with the 20 ball says, y'all see how he say women need therapy, healing, and have trauma for making bad decisions, but men are toxic and problematic? Why aren't the men broken and need women to understand and heal them too? Wow. Cape Crusade. Shit like that. Aaron with the $2 says, OG, can a man be happy when his woman is sad? No. Motivating Vision with the $2. CJ girl is with him. She's 100% hates her life. God damn. See through you with the $2. Are people who drink alcohol miserable? I hope not. Ali with the 20 ball says Cali wrong. It shows they spend because they are miserable. Women wear wigs because they hide their hair or hate their hair. Women wear makeup because they hate their face. Wow. It's why they use filters. Wow. They get surgery because they hate their body. Wow. Jesus Christ. I'll leave with the $2. Women trauma spend to cover up their misery. See through you with the $2 says people use boxing as therapy. Are you miserable? See through you. Let me be the first to tell you. No, they don't. I'm gonna tell you that now. No, they don't. OGX was popping, my brother. Thank you for becoming a member. You heard, and welcome. Jay Miller with the $5 says, what's popping, Jay? He says, studies have shown that women have higher levels of trait neuroticism. That implies they are more miserable than men. Research trait neuroticism in women. OGX with the $2. They just want to delete babies and claim they are Christians. My brother Darius back in the building. What's popping? Salute to my brother Darius, man. I miss you, man. I feel like I ain't seen you in a month of Sundays. Hope all is well. You heard whoever got gifted one of those 5 memberships, please maintain. And Sam been a member for 2 months. He says, that's just women being women equals. They're always like that. Logically, that's not what it means. Most men don't operate in that manner. No commiseration. Ali with the 20 ball says, why brothers cape like this? In today's relationships, women are miserable. If she not happy, the relationship is done. This is called brothers lying to women for their validation. Don't ever trust a man who start off with, I feel. Wow. Shit like that. Black with the $2 says the word trigger man is discontent. Love C with the $5. What up, C? Says it's simple, little bro. Most women don't seek to understand men. Therefore, they don't understand how their behavior appears to affect men.
Shit like that.
Damn. I'll leave with the $10. Says if women lied for men the way these brothers lie for women for relationships just to end, most of us would be in relationships. Happy house, happy spouse. I'll leave with the $5. Says women have to be happy first by themselves! Exclamation point. Women can't be happy with men because they're not happy with themselves. I'll leave with the 20 balls.
Perfect.
Men can be happy with women because they're happy with themselves. They want women to add to their happiness. Women want men to make them happy and fix their lives.
Wow.
They depend on men to fix what's wrong with their lives.
Wow.
Brother.
Damn. Jay Miller with the $5 says you literally have women encouraging men to be abstinent for 4 years because Kamala lost. If that's not misery, I don't know what misery is. Shy Steve, salute, been a member for 7 months. Ali sounds the most miserable to me, but hey, Hamp, what's popping? I'll leave with the $5. Says, Hamp, please turn on bounties. I'm about to help some of these toxic brothers find themselves for our queens. Exhibit A, salute. Salute to Exhibit A in the building. Gifted 1 membership. Whoever got blessed with it, please maintain it. Nas with the $10 says, was Eve miserable when she chose the serpent's offer to eat the apple and to become her own God over God's covering, guaranteeing immortality? It would imply that women are insatiable. Aaron with the $2 says, OG laugh for 2 hours and tell your girl it's nothing. See through you with the $2 says, take your frustration and stress out on the bag. Like, share
from Ali real quick. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, like, share, subscribe, tell a friend and tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. We have 414 people in the building, and we have 133 likes. Please get the likes up. Although I know that the stream got ended, therefore there's probably some people who like the last stream, but these are now separate. Please hit the like button. CJ was popping.
So I just want to shout out Ali. He helped me. We came up with this theory together for me, and he wanted me to mention about Mr. Williams saying that women are hard to please on his podcast, but now he flip flopping. So Mr. Williams is everywhere. Feel me? But again, shout out to Ali. He helped me come up with this
CJ,
shit.
I was speaking about my past, not my present, and you know that. And that was like 4 or 5 months ago. Come on now. And I was talking about my ex-wives. I was talking about the bad decisions I made picking women that I needed to vet better. That's what I was discussing, my past. And that was over 3 years ago. No, I was, as far as my past goes, Hemp. Remember when I was telling y'all about the last relationship I had before her? I was talking about things that I learned and about mistakes that I made when I chose wrong. When I chose wrong women.
Okay. So those, okay. Do you think that those 2 women were miserable?
Yes. Remember when I was telling you it didn't matter whether or not they had their fathers in their lives? Some women.
I remember. I remember.
You remember that? And I got pushback from that because they didn't let me break it down. But my whole thing was I didn't vet well. I rushed into relationships. I rushed into situations, and I had kids early. I was out of control with a lot of things. Even though I was presented the correct structure, it took me years to do it the right way.
No, I got you.
You remember but that's what I was saying, even about if I didn't have my father in my life would have been 10 times worse.
No, 100%. But I guess just in terms of the topic itself, the 2 women that you got divorced from, do you characterize them as miserable? Or was it you? I'm trying to understand.
No, they had issues. They had, and that's why I was talking about even the mental health. They needed help, mental health, just as well as I did as well. I got the help off and on throughout my life. They wouldn't. Some people just feel like they're fine. and they don't watch their behaviors. And then when you're a parent, there's just a certain way you should move. You should change your lifestyle for your kids. Your kids are the most important thing when you bring them into this world. So that's what I was saying. But this "I got you" shit is pitiful. They reach.
Okay.
I said it was my past.
Okay, no, 100%. But would you categorize them as miserable? Because you said yes, then you kind of clarified.
No, they were miserable. Yes, it didn't matter what I did. I could have gave them the moon, and they still wouldn't have been happy.
Okay, and you think that's the minority of women? You think you chose wrong twice, or do you think that you chose from the pool in which you had to choose from?
No, it's a minority. I'll say it's a loud minority.
So you're saying that you chose wrong twice, but you still
chose wrong twice. Yeah.
But you still believe that the majority of women are not miserable, even though your choices led to miserable women.
Yes, and they led me to be miserable.
And so let me ask, what gives you that takeaway if your anecdotal experience doesn't exude that essentially?
Well, because I feel like even though you might make mistakes, you still can change. My first wife, she's been married for 15 years now. She's happy. She changed. Just like I told y'all about my mom. She gave my father hell, but my mom's had a successful marriage for 30 years. You can change.
So she did change. So she's not miserable now.
No, my mother was like that. I told y'all, my mother put my father through hell.
Okay.
But at the same time, eventually she corrected her life. She had issues. She found the man that she actually has been with for 30 years. I have a stepfather for 30 years.
Okay, but she was miserable with you.
Yeah.
But whose fault was it though?
It was her fault. Shit.
This is easy work, Hap. Easy fucking work, bro.
All right.
Remember, CJ, this
nasty
is
work.
About
Nasty
my
work,
life. I said I'm the one that came out on YouTube and said what the hell my mistakes were.
Mr. Williams, I appreciate it.
Yeah, we just want to understand it.
I appreciate it.
Like, share, subscribe. Like, share, subscribe. Tell a friend to tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most.
Yeah, man, you gotta make mistakes and shit and correct your life to have a better life.
No, we appreciate your story, brother. It was
one thing I gotta address. They was windmilling in the chat. Let me tell y'all something. Boxing is not fucking therapy. When y'all go to the gym and y'all be patting the bag and ain't nobody hitting you back, that ain't boxing. Okay. You hitting the bag wrong. You get tired after 16 seconds. That ain't boxing. All right. All right. I know y'all be sweating and y'all put on the gloves and you think you're doing something. You ain't boxing. All right. Let's just leave it at that.
Men will say that these discussions and everything like that are.
Thanks,
are
Callie.
therapy.
I'm in mid sentence, but for some reason you just fuck with Hamp saying. You know what? Whatever. Go ahead. Go ahead, Callie.
No, they do say that these panels or whatever like that are therapy. So if you got therapy, does that mean that that you miserable? So you saying that 75% of these nignogs over here are miserable because they seek this as therapy? Is that what we're saying now?
I'm missing
the correlation.
Yeah.
Because if you go to therapy, that means you're miserable. That was the underlying impression that was given.
No.
Yes, it was. Absolutely.
Well, so remember, Mr. Williams had brought up therapy initially, but no, I don't think therapy wasn't the defining factor. It was the coping mechanisms that were pointed out that would allude to the misery.
Right. So again,
well, therapy wouldn't be a. Well, I guess Callie, just to clarify, therapy wouldn't be a cope. It would be a remedy
or a tool.
Yeah.
Right. So if you're seeking this tool, which is therapy, because trying to fix your misery.
No, because misery loves company. If you're trying to use tools to overcome that, you're attempting to do better as opposed to drag someone down. So I don't think that correlates.
Then why use it? Then why use it against women, but it can't be used against y'all?
I'm not. The depressants, well.
Okay. Hey, I'm just repeating what I heard.
I think it was more so. It wasn't a causation. I think it's a correlation versus causation.
I didn't say it was a causation.
Nobody said that, Callie, though.
Yes, they did.
No, I think Mr.
If you are
Williams.
seeking,
Wait,
I
no.
don't care. I don't care who brought it up. Everybody was agreeing that if you are seeking therapy, then you have some sort of misery that you're trying to fix. So
I thought they said drinking, and he was saying
that was before the drinking. Before that,
Ali, Mr. Williams brought up therapy, but he was on your
I
side.
don't
After
give
y'all
a
not,
damn who
but he on
brought
your
it
side.
up. Is the
But he's
point.
on your side. He's on your side though, Cali.
I don't give a. You,
Okay. So can
I
we
don't
make it
care
clear?
who
Can we
brought
make
it
it
up.
clear? So how about this? Can we make it clear that we don't like just all to the people on the panel currently? Do we really think that if you go to therapy, you're miserable? Can we? Yes or
No one
no? I
said
said
that.
no.
It's not a
No.
direct correlation, no.
No.
Okay.
Then why was it used against women as being one of the reasons why women are miserable when they seek because they're seeking
Callie,
therapy?
let's do this. Do you remember who used it?
Yeah, Mr. Williams did, and everybody was like, "Yeah, that makes sense."
No.
Okay, so Mr. Williams, why do you think that people who
I
go to
was
therapy
I
are
was
miserable?
talking to Reaper. I was responding to Reaper about the medication. When Reaper was talking about women being on medication, that's what I was talking about.
Yeah.
And I never said if you go to therapy. I said I was bringing up like a numbers game, right? Because it's all relative, right? Men versus women. So I said who are more. Who do you see more in therapy? Who do you see more spending more to kind of cope with that stuff? So that's what it was. But I never said that because you go to therapy that you are miserable. But
No,
there
I
are
know
a
you
lot.
didn't.
Right. So
That's the implication. That is
right.
the implication. That's the implication, right? Because you're trying to
there-
fix something that's wrong with you. You're on antidepressants
Right,
and all
but
kind of shit
if
like
you
that
have a-
because you're
if you-
miserable and you go to therapy to fix it. You go to therapy to fix something that's wrong with you, right? And this is all under the premise of the misery conversation. So if it doesn't apply, then don't bring it up at all.
No, Cal, you gotta like listen. So I didn't say that because you go to therapy,
I've been
like, if
listening
you-
and I've been
no,
quiet
'cause
this whole
you
time.
got it wrong, man, Master. Who actually said it? So you're actually not listening. So the point was
No,
that.
I am listening.
So can you listen now? So the point was
I am
more
listening.
so of. Okay,
Now
you
I'm
got
just
it,
being
Cal.
an asshole, but go ahead.
I know, and I haven't been an asshole. I'm not on that time. My point was that you have a bigger population or sample size, whatever you want to call it, of women who go to therapy, right? Encompassing in that population are people who are going to therapy because they are miserable, right? So the whole population is not of people who go to therapy is not because they're miserable, but because you have a larger population versus men, and of course, the other things like the antidepressants, other factors, right? I'm making the point that overall, you have more women who are miserable because they go to these things to cure their misery, right? But I never said because you go. You're not listening. So can you have people that go to therapy because they're not miserable?
Sure.
So that would be
and I didn't
in
say
the population, but I'm not
and,
talking about them. So that's the whole
right.
point.
And I didn't say all niggas over here are seeking therapy because they're miserable either. That's not what I said either. I gave a percentage.
Right, but you said the implication is that if you go to therapy, you are miserable, and that was not the point made, right? That's the whole point, Callie. So I'm not even demonizing it. The funny thing is that. Okay, my bad. Go ahead.
All right, yeah. I mean, I don't know. I understand. I hear the argument, but it was introduced not on that premise. So I guess the correlation drawn isn't agreed upon, so it's going to be circular. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. So, misery. Let me get a yes or no, and then I have another question before I get to the main question. CJ, most women miserable?
Yes.
Callie?
No.
Mr. Williams?
No.
Cheeky? No.
I don't know if I can rock with that word.
Izzy?
No, but y'all pulling me over to the other side.
So what's your answer as it currently stands?
Currently, no, but one thing about that plastic surgery is I'm kind of once when Ali said them BBLs, I was like, that's some miserable shit. So, but I'm gonna say no because I don't think most women are getting BBLs and their titties done.
Foe? No.
Nope.
Trigger?
No.
Lee,
No.
Reaper.
Yo, I apologize. Can you just say the question one more time? I apologize, bro.
Most women miserable.
Oh yeah. I think so.
Prime.
Wait.
Back.
I'm gonna have to. I'm
Hold on. Let me just ask Prime real quick. Prime, are most women miserable? I can see you, Prime. You got to nod because I can't hear you. No, Prime said no. Also, okay.
Are most
Yes.
women miserable?
I'm the moderator. I'm the moderator, man.
Yeah.
Put him in the fucking bedroom. Get him out of here. Come on. Wait a minute. Whoa, my money here. Get the fuck out of here. Get him the fuck out of here. Put him in the bedroom.
Niggas want me dead. Watch your step. The prices on my head. The cock my shit and I pop my
All right, here's what I'm gonna do. Lee, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Lee is safe for 10 minutes. Y'all can't kick him off for the first 10 minutes. Y'all can't kick Lee off until 2:33. Damn, man. That is an interesting question. I don't know, man. I gotta think more through it. Usually I'm processing.
Yeah, think about it, man.
I'm
Cheeky,
processing
you gotta think
all
about
it.
it too, Cheeky. Cheeky, think about it, bro.
Well, I had to look it up, but from looking it up, I'm gonna have to change it to yes.
Thank you. I know I
If you
did
look at what the
cheeky.
words say, yeah, bro, it's always something, bro. It's like, God damn, can I have a week of just no complaints, nothing? You always there's always something bothering you. Like you can't have a week. And they always talk about how there is something always bothering them, whether it be their hormones for those who still have them, whether it be the state of man in society, whether it be being in the woods with the bear or man. Like it's something always bothering them. And then when we have the opportunity to go, hey, look, we're gonna complain too. This is wrong with sassy weak men. Oh, what we call y'all? Like what should we call you guys?
Hey, I knew I could get the men I respect. I knew I can get the smart.
Well, it was more so like, let me look up the word because I think miserable is such an extreme word. But when I look it up, I'm like, I don't know. Being in a pitiable state of despair or unhappiness, wretchedly inadequate or meager, causing extreme discomfort or unhappiness. They're always uncomfortable, always unhappy. It seemed like, at least when they were a man. When they by themselves, they seem happy, I guess. So maybe we make them miserable. Maybe it's our fault. I don't know.
I think they still want a man though, and
that's what makes them miserable because they still want a man.
Yo, I ain't gonna lie. Yo, the fact that something is always wanted is fucking crazy though, son. Word to me, son. I told a story the other day about how when we got this other house, right, and I had to renovate it, but I didn't want to buy no money to do so, right? So I worked a little bit more in essence, and it was round about like 30 grand to renovate it, right? So on and so forth. And even though the mission was understood, the assignment was understood, it was still, what about the kids? What about this? What about that? What about I don't work, but still, like, I'm just like, son, shut up. You know, like there's a task that I'm going to complete, hella high water right now. And I was taken aback by how that task and assignment was being questioned in a way, you know.
It's kind of ungrateful. Kind of like, damn, just be grateful.
It's interesting. Damn, son. Let me ask this question. Let me not waste lead time because I got a feeling they're gonna get him up out of here. Lee was popping. So my
goodie. I barely said anything. I don't know why they.
You know why?
I barely said anything. I don't know what the problem is.
It's your first time. Nobody actually bothering you yet. Nobody said shit. So let me pop this second question off with you. And so I heard these questions kind of being asked. We had a conversation previously in the Discord, but I wanted to get YouTube sentiment as well, right? Because it's a much larger pool of people, including the chat. We were thinking about just like how, men would say that you have to be very careful what you share with women, especially your women. To be vulnerable can be very, very risky. Oftentimes those things are used against you. We also had a conversation about how bad of a friend women can be. And the women that were on that panel agreed that women are terrible friends. You notice they fall out, they switch friends pretty quickly, et cetera, et cetera. This was what the women were saying. So the question, and maybe there could be a better question in terms of framing, but are women, in the terms of the main premise, are women trustworthy enough to lead?
Sound like a question that's gonna get me kicked off if I answer it, but let me try. Yeah, I think they trustworthy to lead. Your mom led you to be a grown ass man, didn't she?
I have a father.
Yeah, but your mom was there too.
Yeah.
So but what? You just don't give. So to answer, to say no is to not give no credit to all the moms that helped all us big head ass.
Well, I think your question was, did my mom get me to the man I am? I would say
I didn't say that. I did not say to the.
All right, ask the question
never
again.
said to the. I never said to the man you are. I said your mom protected you. She led you, at least to be able to be a respectful man in some level. It wasn't just your. It wasn't just your dad.
Okay, it sounded absolute. So yes, she had a part in it for sure. Yeah.
Right. So I look at it from that perspective. I believe mothers could lead, so I believe women could lead. Now, is that every woman, or is that the majority of women? No. But yeah, there's women out there that could lead. Yeah, for sure.
Well, if you liken it to the mother aspect, right? My father created the structure, and then she would implement whatever structure there was.
Right.
So oftentimes you would hear this. You would hear this, Lee. I'm gonna tell your daddy. You better do it. You want me to tell your dad? And
yeah,
so
but
what happened is
that's for discipline purposes, though.
But it's also
that's not for like needing.
Well, the task at hand was only done with the understanding that if you don't get this done, you're gonna get in trouble by your father.
Yeah, but that's like disciplinary actions. But now we're talking about, can women discipline better than men? That's a different conversation. If the conversation is, can women lead?
Well, I don't know if that's a great example. Just because
why are we quick to separate discipline from leadership? I think they're intertwined. I can't think of a leader that couldn't instill or establish any form of discipline or some correction.
Can I say
a woman could whoop your ass just like your daddy can. I mean, she can correct you just like
right. So Lee, we agree. Like, absolutely, a woman can whoop their children. As a matter of fact, most black men have probably been whooped by their mom before, considering that the only person there. Right? But there's something to be said for those who had fathers. Mama's whoopings is one thing, because if you had both, like I did, I got whooped by mom and dad, but it's one you do not want to meet. I'd rather not. Hey, whatever. So what does that say? What does that say about leadership? If one person is more revered, not only due to consequences, but by the nature of brute force.
I thought he was finished. Can I interject real quick?
No, CJ, no.
It's gonna help the conversation. You always help the conversation.
But you convolute the conversation. Let him finish answering or responding to Cheeky's premise.
All right, go ahead. Sorry.
Hey, Lee, turn them damn birds off.
I'm in the jungle, man. I can't, man. I will have to shoot him down.
But he look happy. Don't shoot him. They look happy. They sound happy, bro. Enjoy your life.
They said this nigga on a safari.
They gonna say you're miserable, nigga. Don't do
it. Wait, can I just say? Can I say it now?
Well, Lee not saying nothing. Go ahead, CJ. But CJ, you fucked the conversation by interjecting every time.
I'm sorry.
Let them have the back and forth, and then we can hear your point. Go ahead.
I'll be better, bro. But would you consider the manager of the company the leader? Like, because it's like the mother would be the manager, right? And then the leader is the father, or the owner of the company is the father. So if the owner of the company puts things in place for the manager to tell the employees to do, that would be the mother position. So is she the leader, or is she just the person that puts in rules for the?
Yeah, I mean, she's a pseudo leader, right? But oftentimes you even hear managers say this. They say this. That's what the company chose. That's what the company implemented. This decision came down from the company. So you generally take instructions from a manager, but you understand that you answer to the owner, I guess you would say.
So couldn't you correlate that to the mother and the father role in your life, kind of?
I think it's a fair analogy. I mean, for all intents and purposes, to me.
I think because the thing that you asked was, can women lead? The answer is yes.
Trust.
Oh, can you trust women to lead?
Yeah, are women trustworthy enough
to lead?
Yes.
And I think the answer is yes, but it is dependent upon the system that they're placed in, right?
The president of the United States of America.
Yes, because there's so many different checks and balances in that role that she's not acting on her own. We have somebody who literally was trying to be a dictator, saying, I'm going to take the country and do what I want to do, versus somebody who's playing by the system, which says, hey, you have to go through these steps in order to get any of these things done. So there's a difference between the two. I would trust a woman as a leader in the presidency because the president this is not a dictatorship. It's a democracy that has 3 branches that allows for checks and balances, which keeps everything in order. I would have a problem with somebody that says, I don't want those 3 branches. There should only be 1 branch and I want to do what I want to do. But we chose to pick who we chose to pick.
You alleging that we picked the potential dictator?
I'm alleging the man said that's what he was. He said, I'm gonna look, man.
They're gonna kick Cheeky off.
No, but they're gonna be so mad. Look, I don't care. All I'm saying is a woman in a system that is already regulated is not.
Is that your microphone, Cheeky?
Well, what's it sound like?
It's a constant like.
It's like a crackle, like when you put the album on.
It's like like if an album was playing but the record's not on.
I'm on mute, so I was just on mute.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, but yes, I think women are trustworthy if there's already some level role or something already established. If they have to be intuitive, I think they're smart enough to do it. It's just I don't know if they are. I don't know if I've seen consistently the motivation for it because they just may not have had the opportunity, right? Like you got to think, just 50 years ago they weren't able to vote. So maybe we saw a society structured from the ground up full of women only. And, they learned and they got to the same GDP as America. I'd be like, why can't she lead? I mean, look at what she already did. But when you exclude women from the process and then, they start adding themselves to the process through vote, whatever the case, I can't then say they can't because they just didn't have opportunity. And plus, this is already structured. So I'm not really worried about that part.
He kind of said,
CJ.
He kind of saying what I just said. He'll trust them to be in the management role. Since the system is already in place, the owners shit is already in place for them. They don't really have to be like lead anything per se. They just the management role, kind of.
Because of the structure and balances
already in place. Yeah, they're not creating any structure and balances. They don't have to change anything. They just do what's told of them for the most part. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
go ahead, Lee.
I don't know, man. I think it's like, why do men believe that women can't lead? Like, why y'all like this? You know what I'm saying? Like I listen to y'all. It's like, why y'all like this? Why can't y'all say women can lead? Like, it's like y'all. I'm sorry to say this, but it's like y'all kind of hate women. It's like y'all kind of hate women. And then you look at what men did. Y'all didn't really do much, bro. All y'all did was create a bunch of weapons of mass destruction and domination. So when I look at how men lead, it's not really a great way of leading because all y'all did was create thousands of nuclear warheads that can eventually destroy the world if y'all wanted to. Right now, there's a motherfucker that can destroy the planet because men have led. Now, I get it. Y'all love y'all some violence, but at the end of the day, it's not really like this great world that y'all kind of painted out to be. It's really a dangerous world. We got weapons of mass destruction. We got weapons that will just kill somebody. Like, for example, on Tuesday, 3 women got shot right down the street from my house in Miami over the election. It was on the news. It was over. They had an argument over the election, and the guy went in his car and shot 3 women over a fucking election. So before I get kicked out, like you dudes, you men ain't shit, bro. Y'all really we beef all the time. We argue, we fight. We can't even say what's up to each other, right? Most of the time when passing by, right, we usually looking at each other as ops. And women, they get along. They able to conversate. They able to have conversations. And then we sitting here trying to say that women can't lead. I just feel like men are just, y'all get on my fucking nerves. We like keeping 100 with y'all, man. Y'all really do, bro. Like it's constantly
This might be risky.
They kicked Mr. Williams off. He'll be back in 10 minutes. They tried to kick Lee off, but Lauren gave him a credit. So now
shout out to
she split this. She split this. Hey, y'all got to hold on mute. What the fuck?
Yeah, it's a static.
All right. Lauren with the 50 ball said Cheeky and Lee credit. So I guess she split it amongst them, but Cheeky already had a $20 credit. And then
they only had
so 10, 30, and I thought I seen one more.
I'm in there somewhere.
50. Oh, Dip King did my job. Here we go.
God damn,
Niggas
Lauren.
said 3 sentences and niggas tripping.
Well, you said
yo, before I get kicked, let me say this. I don't hate myself. I know I'm a man.
Women, though. Well, why you say niggas hate women?
Hey, I was like, what kind of split is that $50? Cause 25 ain't gonna be enough. Feel me?
Dudes up here saying that women are miserable. And yeah, I do think that they hate women. I do think these dudes hate women that be in your chat. Yes. I do think that. I think the majority of
This might be risky.
Somebody got to mute. Yeah, somebody got to mute. That shit's some trash.
Is that my mic?
Everybody mute. Everybody mute.
Yeah, that's your shit, Trigger Man. Get your $5 ass out and come back in. I'm gonna drop the link right now. That nigga's fucking up the whole stream.
Like, I don't understand why people don't stay muted anyway until it's time for them to talk. Like,
I don't know, CJ. Why don't you bring a mirror up and put it in front of your phone and then ask?
I only unmute when I got something to say, motherfucker. When I'm interjecting,
yeah, but it ain't your turn, and somebody else be talking. That's the premise that you painted. Jesus.
No, that's not what I just said. I said, why do they stay unmuted when they not talking?
Your mama, man. What y'all think, man? Reaper, can we trust the women to lead? Are they trustworthy enough based on how women operate?
The possibility is there. The probability isn't. I just don't think women want to lead. I think they want a leader. Like one of the greatest philosophers of all time said it, Patrice O'Neill. So I don't want to steal his sayings, but I just don't think that they want to lead. I think the biggest attribute you need in terms of leadership is accountability, right? And I hate to bring some sports because I guess it's uneven because women's sports aren't as prolific. But I grew up watching, especially in football, you would know, where you could have a quarterback have 5 touchdowns, 500 yards, have a perfect QB rating, and they lost, and a man would say, "Yo, we lost because I didn't make these throws, knowing that it wasn't his fault. Everybody knows the defense that sucked, whatever, right? And again, I can't compare one-on-one to women's sports, but I don't see women ever taking that, right? Where it's like they'll take the accountability for something effing up, even if they weren't at fault, even if there are other factors in play. So you know, when you talk about the U.S. government and stuff like that, it's a little bit different. And by the way, to combat Chidi's point, you know, just because someone's a dictator doesn't mean that they're going to be a bad leader. There are a bunch of dictators that were beloved and that did great things throughout history, right? So you're talking about, hold up, Julius Caesar was a beloved dictator. Napoleon was a beloved dictator, right? Brought in the Napoleonic Code. It's just that all of Europe was against him. So, you know, obviously he spread himself too thin with war and whatnot, but he was a beloved dictator. Joseph Stalin, what he did in World War II, was a beloved dictator, essentially, right? So when you talk about, to CJ's point,
we can't acknowledge Hitler was a beloved dictator too. Like that's
because of the Treaty of Versailles, right, and how Germany was in shambles after post World War I. Take out the other stuff he did. If you go by it from the objective points of history, he actually did a lot of development for Germany. Take the other stuff out. I'm not giving him credit for that, right? So just because you're a dictator, agreed. But if you have a system in place, doesn't mean that it benefits the people, right? So if you are a sense of change, right, and people see it as such, and you actually make good on at least some of your promises and make change, whatever, you could be a successful, beloved dictator, right? So, you know, I want to combat that. But to me, again, accountability is the biggest thing. I just don't think women. I'm not saying it's not in them to do that, but they don't. I don't see them as like that. They truly want to lead. They want a leader, but you know, I'll get killed for that. And it is what it is.
The average woman, sure, but the average person doesn't run for president either.
Yeah. Well, in a Western society, right? There's a difference. We're in a new society. We're not from. We come from a matriarchal society. That is the truth. All right. This Western shit is patriarchal. So we do not trust a woman to lead in a patriarchal society right now. That's basically what everybody is saying right now. You keep shaking your head. All right, tell me what's up. Tell me what's up. Hold on. What's Izzy?
Nope,
Let me know what's up. Bro.
There hasn't been an African society that has been matriarchal.
Are you serious? Nigerian society is a majority matriarchal.
Have you looked up the kings and rulers of that society? Are you telling me that the women in the house were running the wars? Bro, you're talking, but you ain't making sense.
You're tripping, dog. All right. So I can look it up easy, dog. No problem.
Even in Egypt, the women were not leading. When a woman led, that was because she was ushering in.
We don't come from Egypt, nigga.
You said in African society or in our society, throughout Africa, there is.
We come from Nigeria, Congo, fucking down South Africa.
So
we come from the Western Hemisphere.
What were the name of those queens? What were the name of those queens who ran those nations?
Shit, I don't know. I ain't gonna lie.
So you ain't talking about none.
As a Nigerian American, Nigerians are not matriarchal. Not even close.
I was about to say he talking reckless as hell. Talking about a woman ran some shit. You can't even name a female queen, but you talking about women was running shit. That don't even make sense, bro. Like we can sit here and name the men who ran different shit. My man's just did it. So now you talking about we were in a matriarchal society, but you can't name one great matriarch. What great matriarch led us to a certain place, bro? You tripping. Go ahead.
You see the matriarchy.
Everything. All right. So everything I looked up, bro, it came to like we was matriarchal before we came over here as slaves.
Oh no,
you're not making sense, bro.
Look, real quick. I think that we get two different things mixed up. That's matriarchal, then that's matrilineal. We had a matrilineal process where we traced our bloodline through the women sometimes because paternity was not guaranteed. So a lot of African cultures were matrilineal, which means the bloodline went through the woman, but the actual leadership was still patriarchal and being men.
Okay, so
this might be risky.
Do we live in a matriarchal society today in the United States?
A gynocracy.
Black people living in a gynocracy. It's not a matriarchy.
Okay, I give it that. And you see how it's ran. It's horrible.
Hey, y'all tripping thinking women run shit. Somebody can kick me off if y'all want to. Women have power because men give them power. Y'all do not have inherent power. There's not a structure, an infrastructure, a system that we can point to that women in themselves created. Women cannot lead men. They cannot lead boys. Our Our children can barely read. Our children are malnourished. Our children are ignorant as hell. Our children are degenerates because 61% of these women are having the babies, kicking the men out, and then they're leading that group of children in the way that they see fit. That is not structure, that is not system, that is not order, that is not discipline. You cannot sit here and tell me that a woman can lead a damn thing. She cannot, she will not. And the average woman has no desire to lead. She wants a man in that position because she knows her place. That's why them white women voted for Trump. That's why them Latin women voted for Trump. And that's why black women voted for Kamala, because they believe, oh yeah, we can do this. It's not that hard, but you haven't shown that. Our children are deficient. Our neighborhoods are deficient. Everything everything. Oh, my bad. Go ahead, CJ, because I'm just talking shit.
All right, so I think women they want control. I don't know if they want to be leaders. They don't want the accountability of being the leaders, but they want things to go their way. They want to do what they want. Feel me? But they don't want accountability. When things go, I don't know what to call that. But when things go wrong, they want to be able to point to somebody else and say it was his fault. So that's the problem.
Which was my guy's point. He said women would rather, have all the good shit, but they don't want to take the accountability and the responsibility for their actions. The football player was the perfect example. Y'all fucked around and lose the game. You played a perfect game. Well, I had 5 incomplete passes and such and such and such and such. The wide receiver might have dropped all 5 of them damn passes. He might have threw perfect passes and them bitches hit him in the chest, but the quarterback gonna say, it's my fault. I fucked up. Kobe Bryant, LeBron James, Michael Jordan. I don't give a fuck who you name. They gonna take responsibility. I ain't seen a woman do it.
Let me say one thing.
Okay, so
go ahead, Kylie.
One thing, black men voted for her too. I like how you just did that. And then number two, does the average person run for president?
The average person can. Does the average person have the money and the support behind them to run? I mean, shit, I could run for president, but am I gonna get 100,000 votes? Am I gonna get Trump just got 74 million votes or some shit. 74 million people don't give a fuck.
So the answer is no. The answer is no.
Their answer is no. The average person does not run for president. So therefore, why are you using the average woman as a reason why she can't?
Because the question was women in general. So we have to use the average woman if the question was generalized to women.
Right, but you guys are using the example of president.
Let's
but
you can't lead a home. You can't lead a country.
Wait. Let's re-say the question. The question that Hemp asked us was, are women trustworthy enough to be leaders? Okay, so CJ, you say no. Izzy says no. Triggerman, you say no too?
Yeah, in general, no. Yeah.
Okay, and then I'm assuming Ali would probably say no.
No.
No, I'm wrong, or no, I'm right in saying you would say no.
Hell no.
Well, you said hell no. You didn't answer.
He said, no. I'm not gonna say no. Hell no.
Okay. So I guess the consensus. What about you, FOE? You saying they can't? Okay. All right.
I want to say one thing real quick, Kiki, if I could.
Well, Triggerman was in the middle of speaking, so I was just trying to clarify what the question was verbatim. It was, can we trust them? Are they trustworthy enough? So, Trigger, why do you say no? Because of what reason?
Well, like I said, it was a general question, and most women are not great decision makers because women are more egalitarian. They seek to try to satisfy everybody, as Unlikely was even saying. They get along with everybody. They try to make everything egalitarian, and sometimes leadership is calls for a leader to make a decision that's going to be dissatisfying to the group, but it's better for the group. So sometimes you're going to have to be willing to be the bad guy, or sometimes you're going to have to make a quick decision. And women are so occupied with being liked by everybody or trying to please everybody in the group that they sometimes can miss. A lot of times can miss the objective in making a decision. So
let me ask you this: do you think that women are selfish in nature?
Yes, I would agree that women are selfish in nature. Yes.
So do you see maybe a conflict in what you just said? Wanting to please everyone, but not being able to make a decision that's self-pleasing or maybe only pleasing for their particular group.
Right. But that's not to me. It's not necessarily a direct conflict.
Correlation.
You can be wanting to be liked. It's a selfish endeavor also. So if I want to be liked, be pleased by everybody, it's because I want to remain in a certain social status with everybody. So that can still be a selfish endeavor.
Do you not think that's important for well, I mean, in this particular case, I guess we're in the West, right? Maybe if we were more barbaric times and shit like that. But do you not think that being liked or loved amongst the people that you're leading is important?
I think it's important, but what I'm saying is it comes a time where it needs to be set aside.
And you don't think women can set that aside?
For the most part, no.
Okay.
No. Most women will not be able to set that aside and make that hard decision.
All right. CJ, you say you want to say something?
Yeah, real quick. So they say we not black. The black culture, black people are not in the matriarchy, but I'll say that the black woman has been put in a managerial role and told, "Hey, you can do whatever you want." It's like they've been put as our managers and with unlimited power, or they've been unlimited authority. So that's why I think that's where we at right now in the black culture. So it's not a matriarchy. Y'all can call it a gynocracy. But they in the role where they dictating everything to us, and that's what it is.
Let me throw this in the pot real quick. So okay, go ahead.
Oh, did we? I think he's saying he wants Jay to go. Jay, you have anything so far, or are you?
Average woman cannot be president, but I think the right woman can. There are war generals that are female. There are war admirals that are female. So they can fill those roles. I think there is one out there that can fill the presidential spot.
Okay. I think that's logical. You're saying women are fulfilling other positions. Why can't they fulfill this one?
Especially being a war general, everything that comes with being that. If there is a woman or women out there that have filled that role, there's definitely one that can be a president.
So I guess that's true. Do we think that most men are trustworthy for male leadership too, though?
No, that's why they have to be groomed into those positions.
Okay, so now I would have to ask the men, do we think, generally speaking, most men are trustworthy of leadership? So I see CJ Silling, but I don't know if he's there or not. Okay, so do you think that most men are trustworthy of leadership?
That's a tough question. Are most men leading the family? I guess, yeah, I would say yes. Then.
Okay, Izzy, what do you say?
Yes, and I'll make it quick. Most men know that they have to follow a certain rank. So if I'm not the smartest person on this panel, I have no problem deferring to others. However, in my own life, there will be others who look up to me, so I can lead them in the same way that I follow other men. But women, they don't take on that responsibility. They don't want that responsibility. So as a man, I want to lead, and I'll also follow, just like a student becoming the teacher. I don't think women inherently want that or need that.
This might be risky.
They got CJ up out of here for 5 minutes. Ali kicked me off, but my brother Exhibit A brought me back. Damn. So Jay, real quick, I heard your answer. However, it's the trustworthy nature of women that's in question.
Their trustworthiness?
Mm-hmm.
Is an average woman trustworthy for leadership
Let's
position?
say that. Leadership, yeah.
No, the average woman, no. Just like the average man isn't.
You know what I hear? I hear you guys making sure to put in the qualifier to disingenuously ask the question. That's why I had to come back up here. So, because the qualifier average, right? We don't typically say average people should be leading anything. We don't put average people on a pedestal. So, of course, by proxy of you guys adding in the word average, the answer is easy to say no, right? But simply put, let's take out the leadership aspect because that's what's being played upon. Let's compare women and men directly. Are women as trustworthy as men, or are they more trustworthy?
That's a
and that's just generally speaking about leadership, not
because what I'm hearing, it's a little bit of a scapegoat, right? When we having the conversation, because when we had it initially, we were talking about the trustworthy nature of women or lack thereof. So if you believe that women are trustworthy overall, you can say that.
If women are trustworthy overall, yeah.
Yeah, in comparison to men.
Yeah.
Okay. How do you prove that?
How do I prove that? Considering that women are being trusted to raise children on their own. I mean, if y'all didn't trust us to raise these children on our own, y'all should be there, right?
No.
No?
We don't trust y'all to lead. My body, my
If you don't trust us to lead, then why aren't you president?
My choice. My body,
my sometimes
choice.
it's not
my body, my choice.
One at a time. Let's do this. Jay. All right, Izzy spoke first. So Izzy, you get the floor. You and Jay can have the conversation. Go ahead.
I'm gonna be honest. That's a question I've never been asked before, so I had to come up with that.
Men don't trust y'all.
Go with it now, nigga. You on it now.
I have to come up with that. I appreciate you making me think on my feet.
It's all good. Go ahead, Izzy.
Yeah, men don't trust y'all. My body, my choice made it.
Yeah, you good.
That the precedent where we don't have much of a say so in how this works. So, for instance, me and you meet tomorrow. We have sex. You get pregnant. I say, baby, I want to be a part of this child's life. I can't wait. You like, well, really, I just want to be a single mom. I have no remedy to make what I want happen. I'm not trusting you to be a mother or to raise this child on your own. You took that responsibility on your own and put me and kicked me out. So that's not trust.
Okay, well, I heard you complaining about the state of the community and that it's a matriarch. If you
not what I
you
said,
didn't have that complaint. Okay, repeat what you said then. Maybe I
said the community is a gynocracy.
Mm-hmm.
So a matriarch is not the same as a gynocracy.
I was saying that's where we come from, but okay.
And that's not where we come from.
I have, all right, $200 up.
This might be risky.
They got Izzy out of here for 10 minutes. He'll be back at 3:10. House was popping.
Good with it.
Damn.
Most men are in houses, though.
Huh?
I think that's a misnomer. Not in the most men in the house, but most men are in the children's lives, right? So it's not like we're completely absent from the life. It's just given the laws, the government gives the custody to the mother in most states if they're not married, right?
Is it because the government trusts the women to raise them children effectively?
The government, essentially, yes, that's the government's trust. If the government trusts them, yes.
But the government is mainly run by men.
Elite men. It's not men, not your average men.
Oh, so now it's not average men.
It's not average men.
But he told us to take that out of the conversation.
I'm just telling you.
I know that already. You get with him. He told us to take that out of the conversation. I tried.
Yeah, because I noticed y'all been using average this, average that. Everybody's sitting up here average as a motherfucker. Right? So we understand that we ain't exemplary, right? But that's the majority of people. So when you use that qualifier, it essentially exonerates everybody, and it like renders the question moot. Right. So how people conduct themselves in the earth, women and men, are women more or less trustworthy when it comes, and if you juxtapose them to men?
Less, definitely.
Why?
Because I believe men believe in principles a lot more than women do. So you'll see men literally give their life. So sometimes you got little dudes snitching out here these days, but you would see sometimes that a man will literally go to jail for somebody and not snitch on them, even though it can reduce his time, because he believes in the principle of taking his own accountability, taking his own weight, and not putting somebody else in the situation, right? So I do believe that men, but women will not do that as much as men will. Men will take that on and hold their principles a lot more, even when it doesn't benefit us. We will hold those principles and stick to them a lot more than women will. Where you get in an argument with a woman, she'll bring up all the stuff that you told her, even though it was supposed to be in a kind of sacred space. She would take that sacred information when she gets emotional and run with it. So I think men oftentimes hold the principles and hold that information and don't use that against each other a lot more than women do.
I believe.
If you're committing a crime in the first place, that doesn't make you really trustworthy, does it? If you're committing a crime.
Trustworthy to the person I'm committing the crime with.
It just depends what you're doing.
And these niggas
Yeah,
are
make sure when y'all come to the panel, y'all speak first, all right? I know y'all raised by wolves, but generally speaking. Go ahead, Jay.
This whole premise and scenario was built off of you keeping quiet for somebody that committed a crime that you don't want to snitch on them for.
Yes, that we did together.
These niggas
that okay. I mean, I don't consider none of that trustworthiness. Like, that's a bad example.
But to that other man, he's trustworthy, right? Because that other man understands that this man could turn me in and get a better deal for himself.
She kicked
you.
you.
So I think what Triggerman is saying is, in the face of things not benefiting us, we tend to stand, right? Although you may be among
no cheek. It's two niggas in the scenario. So one nigga is being the stand-up nigga, the other nigga's being cruddy for letting him take the charge. They cancel each other out.
Well, we're not dealing with. I'm not dealing with the jail thing no more because most niggas snitch anyway. I didn't want to bring that up. Go ahead and just my scenario.
First 48 been on for 20 years.
That's not the scenario.
That's not what he's trying to say.
The scenario is y'all did the crime together.
I'm sorry, mama. Yeah. I'm trying to.
Y'all still did the crime. Y'all are not trustworthy people.
Hold on. Let's get this straight though, because don't misconstrue the scenario. The scenario is two people doing the crime together. One of them get caught, and he could turn the other one in to get a reduced sentence, but he don't. But he doesn't.
Yeah, 100%.
Okay, but either way it goes, we don't trust those people to make any decisions because they make
no. What I'm saying that's not the point though. Y'all
snitch on each other more than ever now,
right? Which is why I'm trying to move on to the bigger point, which is men stand on principle. That's it.
But even criminality, even the most untrustworthy people in society has some kind of code that they operated some trustworthiness amongst each other.
You know that can be used towards women, right?
It's gone now because these young men are raised by women. So it's gone now. But at one point in time, there was actually a code that these dudes stuck by because they were raised by men with those principles.
When?
Wait. So
no, we can't go down this rabbit hole.
Why?
Hold on, Jay. It
don't even make sense to go down that.
The rabbit hole
is since 1606. Jesus didn't Peter snitch on Jesus? Now we talk. Come
Peter,
on, man.
Judas. Oh, and Peter
Peter
act like he ain't know the nigga.
That's them niggas. I don't know. Come on, man. Like we not. So I don't want to bring up that. That doesn't make any sense to use it in that context. I get what he's saying, and I think there's a better example. But I think the point being, men are supposedly more principled, right, in action. I can use maybe a more, relatable is even though women are viewed as independent, even though women are viewed as these particular things, most men I think are chivalrous. Most men will help a woman if they see she's in trouble. Most men will help a woman if her tire is flat. There are plenty of stories on Instagram and on wherever social media you're on that will say, oh, man didn't help me. But there's some other women that say plenty of men help me. As a matter of fact, when I asked the man to help me and he just wasn't aware because he's doing his own thing, he helped me. I think most men are still willing and able to show a lot of chivalrous actions and attitudes and deeds, while it's not, I don't even think there's ever been an expectation for women to do anything outside of themselves besides have a child and maybe get married. And that's, I think, mutual. So I don't know.
I think women can lead. The only thing they can lead us to is destruction, though. That's the only position women can take when they leading. When you talking about leadership, right? A woman has to prove she can lead.
Is she trustworthy? But y'all derailing it. So let me just make sure you understand the question, House. The trustworthy nature of women. What do you think about that?
They selfish. Ain't no way to lead. They ain't leading no country. And each time you give an example of a woman leading, it's always the one example of children. You don't get other examples of a woman being trustworthy to lead. Women too selfish to lead, bro. When they say they get together, I watch this show. 100 women versus 100 men. They
Wrong
try
got
to see
taken
the
down by
fastest. They try to see the.
Go ahead, House. Go ahead.
No, I had watched this one show. It was like 100 women versus 100 men, and they trying to figure out who can like survive and build like I guess like civilization in the quickest. Women was on day 20, and they couldn't even figure out who was gonna fucking lead. They not trustworthy to be put in a position to lead people in dire circumstances, especially when we talking about a country. I don't believe a woman can do it. I'm glad misogynist it still exists, because if we would have got Kamala shit, we'd have been over with.
Let me get out. Jay, you want to reply? Then we get Ali in because Ali was waiting.
Okay.
Ali was popping.
What's going on, fella? How y'all doing?
What's going on?
Man, same old same. You know what's going on, man.
So, do you think women overall just untrustworthy?
Yeah, well, in that capacity, yes. Like Cheeky already talked about it kind of somewhat, but women make demands. They don't provide services. We're known for providing services. All women do is make demands. So there was a woman on there that said she was an alpha woman. Her man, as long as she was dependent on her man, she had some type of power dependent on him, she was fine with it. Soon as he put her in a position where she had to start doing more, she was done with the relationship. As soon as she had to make the decisions, as soon as she felt like she had to be in a position where she's leading a relationship, she was done with the relationship. But she said she was an alpha woman. Women want the power. They don't want the responsibility that comes with the power. So no. They want to be the man and the woman, but they don't want none of the responsibilities.
Okay. What do you think? Let me ask you. Then I want to ask Callie. And I'm asking a couple different questions, obviously, right? I know people are a little bit behind. They thinking I'm asking different question by accident, right? I'm actually asking these questions intentionally. Loyalty. You think women rate high in that?
No, not even close. They're loyal. We know they're loyal to their feelings. They're loyal to how they feel. Men are extremely loyal to women. They're loyal to their duty. They're loyal to their community. They're loyal to when you need help, that's what Cheeky was talking about too, even loyalty and service. If you need help, you're going to a man right away. You do not go to women for help. If you need anything, none of us are going to women for it. Anything you need in life, you're going to men for it, except for one thing, you go to women for it. But we in for providing services, for providing assistance and protection. We can't depend on women to even tell the truth to them, to even care about our emotions, to even be understanding towards us. We can't depend on them. They're not loyal in that capacity. They're loyal to each other. But even yesterday, I'm telling you, got to go watch the Peep Show. When they're done trying to destroy the brothers they're connecting to, they destroy each other and they lead themselves to no man's land. They lead themselves to destruction, like the brother House of Hypocrites said. They're loyal only to their.
You cut out. Say
you broke up just now, Ali. You broke up like 8 seconds ago.
It was the last word.
They're only loyal to their feelings, family. They're loyal to themselves.
Ali, I find like as I'm building teams and things of that nature, like having women like in the office, specifically delegating them task and responsibility and then empower them, I find that they're very efficient as assets in that capacity, getting things done with a lot of strife and talk and unnecessary foolishness. Do you think that's anecdotal, or you think it's based on allocation?
Allocation.
No. They will perform. They will perform from. So she will do her job as long as she can get the money for you to make her own decisions. If she couldn't get that job, then she would depend on a man. The only reason why women support the degrees, support their careers, support their boss, because they get the money from them to make decisions for themselves. If they depend on men, they would allow men to lead them. But since they don't have to listen to you because they can go listen to their boss to make their own livelihood, they will do what they're supposed to do to get money. It's not the boss they respect, they respect the money. They respect the power.
And then,
Who
then
said
you
that?
said you said the perfect
That was
thing,
me,
bro.
Ali. My bad, bro.
You put
Bro, I don't know
put
when you started caping, bro. Come on, brother. Let's go.
I'm not keeping it
Hold on, hold on, hold on. What did he say? I missed it.
Something like that.
What'd you say, Prime?
Like he said something about the women. It's the same talk about the women in the jobs, how they'll listen to their man. And I'm like, then why you with her if she won't listen to you? It's a simple, easy fix.
That
I
wasn't
don't know
an
what it's
argument.
like
You
to
derailed
deal.
and made it. You
that-
made a separate
that's
argument.
not the
We can
point,
address
yeah.
that, but that's a completely separate
Yeah,
argument.
no,
You
yeah,
derailed
that's
on purpose
separate.
to seem
That's
like,
separate.
yeah, you derailed, my brother Prime. We could
I
talk
mean,
about that though.
my
We can
bad,
have a
my bad. I
conversation
shut
about
up.
that.
My bad. I shut up.
No, I was gonna say, bro, you said the perfect thing. You allocated those positions. We talking about just leading. I believe my honest opinion is women's supposed to work, bro. It is a woman's job to serve another's purpose, another person's purpose, bro. Women are the workers on this planet. Like for shit show. They the workers.
So they got 4 up out of here. Let me see.
Your daddy a mascot at Disney World, nigga. Fuck you talking about?
This might be risky.
I 4 will be back in 10 minutes. You know what? Let me read these real quick. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, and tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. See through you, been a member for 6 months. Said, can I use my milestone chat as a bounty? I'm broke and miserable. I don't think it worked like that. Deborah with the $2. Almost 100 years ago, women got the right to vote. Exhibit A with the $5. Black mothers have led black boys off a cliff. Why do you think so many adult 30+ black men have to still learn manhood? Aaron with the $2. Lee come to the bench. Chat, you need a Gatorade. Oh, he trying to kick Lee. They kick Lee off here. See through you with the $2. Who's more likely to seek care, men or women? Jonathan with the $10 says, take notes. All quote unquote, the men said nobody said that, but she won't listen. She'll keep trying to make her point. Mr. Williams with the $5, Exhibit A with the $5. Mr. Williams would be crying, then rage out, then calm, then cry, then rage out. All side effects of those meds your psychiatrist prescribed. See through you with the $2. They mistake misery with their woman being fed up. Hold on. I gotta scroll down. HQ, what's up? HQ with the $10. Pending catastrophe. 60% current tariff from China, 20% tariff by the OT. Feds raising interest rates soon. Inflation will soar around Xmas. Watch out for layoffs and no bonuses. This is the start. Awaken Black Wizard was popping. Said to Lee's point, if she's using the father as control, she is implementing him based on her judgment. When and how to implement him is exercising leadership. If you call the police to protect your family, are you the leader or them? I think I see what you're trying to say. HQ with the $5 says, we still haven't matured past the circle jerk convo about women being less than. This is sad. Tristan was popping with the $10. Says, women have the ability to lead, but men are designed to lead. You're not going to haul a boat with the Honda CRV because it wasn't designed for that, and it won't last like a Ford F-150. See, through you or the 2000s, who's telling first, your wife or your friend? Man, shit loud as hell. They kick Izzy off. I'm gonna bring him back. CJ with the $2 says the government trusts women to mess the kids up. Tessie with the $2 says laughing my ass off. Men believe in principles. Yeah, right. Eli with the $10 says I don't like Ms. Pimp J facial expression. Give her a break. What face she was making?
I've seen you kill too many people. No.
This might be risky.
I'll buy it.
Jay will be back in 10 minutes. They kick Fo off. Tezzy with the $2 says getting a better deal is by nature, not principles. Darius with the $5 says Miss J, does the government trust women to raise upstanding citizens, or do they trust women to raise the next inmate? Damn. Hakeem with the $5 says Hamp, women say they even prefer male bosses in surveys. So what does that tell you? And saying with the $5 says men by majority are more predictable, more trustworthy, have more principles, have better ethics. Prove me wrong. Women, Eve, are insatiable by nature. See, through you with the $2 says, who do men put down as their emergency contact? Hakeem with the $10 says, Jay, I just had an epiphany. Didn't you and Tiff have the debate and you had a headache from her nonsense about not wanting to give up anything but still receive benefits? That's very telling. Loud and Strong podcast with the $5 says, if you want to hide information from a black man, put it in a book. If you want to hide something from a black woman, give her $1. Quentin with the $5. What's popping? Quentin said, what we talking about? Lauren Mack with the 20 ball says, drop CJ and bring Fo back. Mascot lives matter.
Lauren ain't shit. Fuck you, Lauren.
Damn.
I'm tired of your shit.
This might be risky.
Fo ain't even. Fo, you there? Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend to tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. CJ will be back in 10 minutes. Did everybody have an opportunity to answer the question in terms of trustworthiness? Because again, the reason why this premise is important is because I'm trying to figure out, will women ever even have a probability of getting in that White House?
Yeah, they had it twice.
It's happening. It's happening in other. Yeah.
I'm talking about the White House. The White House.
Yeah.
You got vice president and all that shit. So.
No, no. I'm talking about a real opportunity, because seemingly seemingly when you have these conversations, I don't see men in the mass voting for them to get them in. I understand that the race has been close, right? I'll even concede the point that Hillary won the popular vote, right? But you have to win these votes where it matters, and women outnumber men.
That says a lot.
Women don't trust women to lead, if you ask me.
But did everybody get a chance to answer this? We can jump right to it because I want to get the understanding. I just asked these couple questions to lead up to the idea how people think regarding women and things that matter in regards to leadership.
No time soon right now, president.
I don't know. I think having two female president candidates within a short time frame, that's something. It'd be different if we had only seen it once, but when you see it with Hillary and then some years later you see it with Kamala, I think. But again, mind you, it is coming from one party, so there's that to consider as well. The party that's pushing maybe a female candidate is a little more progressive.
Yeah.
Will you agree if Kamala was selected?
President gonna be conservative, bro. It's not gonna be no goddamn liberal.
What do you mean by progressive, though?
Meaning that, like, as far as just political and social ideology, like how they view things like that.
Well, like I guess let me clarify my question. Because when you say progressive, is that like progressing, like moving forward?
More so like on a philosophical level. Like, for example, most Republicans will be considered conservative, and right? And that's an ideology. It's not necessarily a party or anything like that. It's just how people think. And progressivism is a little bit more open to this to the idea of, you know,
non-traditional, I guess.
Right, non-traditional things. So
Okay.
not conservative. Progressivism is different than liberalism and conservatism. It's its own thing. So they're all three different things, but they all come from an ideology that most politics fall into, and most democratic candidates or people in the party tend to think more progressively.
Okay. Do you liken progressive the better, or is it just what it is?
It is what it is for me. Like I have no party allegiance, so if I think that the Republicans have a better candidate, I'm voting Republican. If I think a Democrat is the better candidate, I'm voting Democrat. And that's just me. Now, I haven't voted Democrat before, but that doesn't mean I won't.
Okay. Go ahead. Which house would you think?
Damn, I lost my thought. But I think if a woman was to be president, she most definitely gonna be more conservative, because when the progressive ideologies, it's like they bring in the goddamn the trans shit, the LGBTQ, almost progressive ideology is almost heading towards like the communists. Everybody gonna be equal pay, equal this. You know what I'm saying? So it basically, conservative is limited government, and progressive add more government entities within your life of control. Department of Education, you got the federal government. Like it's a lot of things that we might think is good, but at any point they can hit that switch and take all these things away from us, which could cause chaos. On the conservative side, if you pushing towards being I guess self-sufficient, you know what I'm saying, and removing the government out of the things within your, you know what I'm saying, your daily life, you'll have more control of your life as a American. You feel me? But I think the first president if she is a woman, she'll be conservative for sure. They not gonna allow no Democrat. Yeah.
Izzy, is it a real probability? Go ahead,
No.
Prime. Go ahead, Prime. Go ahead.
No, it was just I was just saying, like, the tampons in the bathroom was like a death sentence already. In the men's bathroom, like, that shit wasn't.
What you talking about, Prime?
That's what I was known about Kamala. She was promoting, the transgender rights and all the other stuff. She was promoting tampons in men's bathrooms.
Okay. Do you think it's a real probability that a woman will get the White House?
It would happen, but not right now, because we are too. So the thing about Kamala, we know that she will go to war, right? But is that the answer? You know what I'm saying?
No, I don't know what you're saying. Go to war where? What you mean?
Like, with the whole everything that's blown up with the Middle East, we getting drawn into everybody. They keep trying to draw us in a war right now with North Korea. Russia keep trying to blame us for their attacks. It's getting close. NATO, anything that touches NATO is an issue.
What did she join the war in Gaza?
Was she promoting it?
Did we join that war? I don't know.
Honestly.
Yeah, man.
Gaza thing was us trying to get out. That's the major issue.
No, that was Afghanistan. So I guess, but what I'm asking is, you said a woman will, but not right now. When is the will? Like, when do you think enough men will trust a woman to be the president of the United States?
And peaceful, when we had back to our peaceful times again. Yeah.
The United States?
Yeah.
We always
would
have
have a peaceful time. Yeah, I know. And that's what makes us great. Yeah, you're right. That's what makes our military great. But when we're at more of a peaceful time, that's what I can see. A female president.
So are you saying when we're
like
literally not at
a little proxy? Yeah,
Sorry.
like, boundaries and shit. Not actually like people, like right now we got North Korea, Russia, everybody threaten us with the hypersonic missiles and shit right now. Knowingly, do we have a strategic defense for that? Publicly, no.
So you're saying that when everything is calm, we will be willing to put a woman in? Why?
It'd be a lot easier to put a woman in presidency, yeah.
Why though? What's the ideology?
Everybody will, I think just naturally America will feel a lot better about decisions being made towards it. And Kamala is a bad choice right now because we know that she's already gung-ho. But she was gung-ho against us. Even the own people that she claimed that she's supporting or whatever, that she wants the backing of, she was gung-ho against us being fucking incarcerated, death row, all the other shit. So it wasn't.
So Ali, I seen you unmuted. What did you want to say? And then I'm gonna ask Izzy.
Who is we? That's the first one. Second one, black men and black women voted for Kamala Harris. Majority of black men and black women voted for Kamala Harris. Be president, that's when the president will be. We keep pretending like we running something, and we go out to vote like it's gonna make a change. It's when white men want a white woman to become a president. That's when a woman will become president, or any woman to become president. White men still run this world, this nation. It ain't we have impacts of how they want us to impact the country, and certain things we can do in this country as well too. But when we black men and black women all voted, all black men hate black women, we still supported her. But white men and white women and Hispanic men, even though I don't think they both matter too, when you look at the numbers, they voted for a white man to be president.
I don't think it's not gonna come down to white people though, dog. Because white people, from the majority, for like damn near it's not gonna come down to white people, bro. It's not, because they have always been having. It's not, bro. Let me explain. They have always had a split vote. White people they've been going back 49-52% from men and women, bro. So that's why they always want to pander to the black community. They no longer have to pander to us because they have the Latino vote, bro. If we want a particular person in office, bro, it's gonna come down to Latinos and black votes, bro. We got like 17 million votes. That shit matter, bro.
No, if they wanted
we just tilting scale.
No, hold on real quick. You did what kind of Cali did with the leader thing. Not Cali. I don't know who said can the average man be a leader? When we talking about the best, no matter what, when white men comes to sit down to go against everybody else, they come together. They are divided based on which way they want the country to go. But when it's time to go against us, they're definitely together. They stand together. So whatever the white man that's in power picks for us for which way the country gonna go, that's the way it's gonna go. Is what I'm saying. Most in general, what the white man in power wants to do, they're still gonna operate based on the white man in power. That's all I'm saying.
I don't believe that though, dog. It got too, because just looking at how you view a liberal man and a liberal white man versus a conservative white man, they're not gonna come together. it ain't happening. Now, if it was a agenda that goes against them,
hold on, family, so you going hold on, outside hypocrites, you going too fast, right? You saying what you believe. Republicans together, are they still part of the government?
Say it again. You broke up.
Are Democrats and Republicans still part of the government?
Most definitely.
Why they may not agree on everything, but essentially they're still together. Our paycheck still pays all of those men, no matter what. They still eat dinner together. They still talk together. They still congregate together. They still work together. They might not agree all together, but the white man is who's in control of this country in general.
So
just the white man.
Are you speaking of the politicians or the people? Because I'm talking about based off voting. I'm talking about the people. If you're speaking based off the politicians that's in the seat, then you can have I can kind of agree with that argument. But if you're speaking on the people and they vote, I don't agree with it.
So the white man in power is in power, but the white men still that's in this country, we're still doing what we're operating in the sense of white. When we say white supremacy, even though we believe it or not, we're still operating under what's in the best interest of white people in general. We're not doing what's in the best interest of Jerome. We're doing what's in the best interest of Bob. and Sarah. We're not doing what's in the best interest of Dante and Kiera. That's not what we're doing. That's all I'm saying. We're doing what's in the best interest of Bob and Sarah.
What is in the best interest of Bob and Sarah?
For them to still be in power, for their families to flourish, for them to have the most resources, for them to have the most land, for them to make you pretend that you can get close to them. We'll never, this is not for us. And Malcolm told us that. A lot of black leaders back then told us that. The Democrats and Republicans are the same way. Democrats just are kind with us and they make us think that they for us, but they still rule us. We pretending like we're doing something, and then the panel said they find ways of dividing us instead of us coming together. We gonna say that they're not doing identity politics, but they are. The Asian man gonna vote for the Asian man. The white man gonna vote for the white man. The Arab gonna vote for the Arab. The Indian gonna vote for the Indian. Here we go. Man, I ain't voting for her just because she black. And then people going, hey, she not really black anyway. We the only ones talking about the last two candidates that's supposed to be supposedly black ain't black. We don't stand together, but they found a way to divide us instead of together. But we still stood, but contrary to what happened, we still stood together. Black men and black women supported the black woman.
That bitch ain't black.
How she not
was
black?
it 80%? Was it 80% black men voted for Harris?
Yeah.
That is true.
I think
77.
But it's
73.
Damn, that's like the complete opposite from what I've been hearing.
73% voted for her, 20% voted for Trump, and it was like 4% other or something like that.
Right.
Yeah, nah,
so they can't say
she ain't black.
How's she not black?
I always say this.
Well, let's not. I don't. How you kind of go. You kind of go to
don't
different things that are not quite a part of the topic.
So
we're gonna
yeah,
argue.
because I think the main point was if women are trustworthy, and do we think that they'll actually have a chance to lead at some point as a U.S. president? So I mean, they've already gotten a chance in my head. I think they've gotten close. I think the more we look into the future, because the more we look into the future, the younger the voters are, so on and so forth, which the younger that they get, they tend to be more Democratic anyway. It's not like it's a large. I think there was growing. I think the reports were saying that there's more conservative men coming about, but they were white men, of course, and how that number was growing. But generally speaking, the younger you are in the U.S., the more Democratic or left-leaning you tend to be.
So, Cheek, two things, right? You could pull them apart. Or how many votes were there altogether? It was like 56 million and like 47 million. So
I gotta look. But it sounds close.
Was that almost 260 million people didn't even vote? Right. So people ain't even interested. And then I understand what you're saying about progression in terms of people being more liberal or Democratic or seeing how a woman would make sense, except for she did way worse than Hillary did.
Right, because she just wasn't a good candidate, right? Like I don't even think she was a good candidate for the Democratic Party, but just for the situation him being old as dirt and there's nobody else to plug in, you pick her. But he couldn't run again. I don't think it would have even mattered. If he could run again and he was healthy, he still would have lost. But it's just she was not a good candidate. I don't think she's a good candidate.
That's the determining factor.
Yeah, she's just not a good candidate. I don't think she was charismatic. I don't think her campaigns, any of them hit. None of them were really good. Donald Trump shit was just hidden, and he got shot, and everybody thought it was cool. So the moment he got shot, I was like, it's over. Like,
and
how you supposed to rewrite that?
Yeah, and he got convicted too, right? That's always
and
cool.
He a felon.
That's what I'm saying.
He's not a felon, but
we were in a bad position.
Anyway, it's just.
There's
no way around.
What makes him more qualified than a woman who worked in the government for 17 years as a prosecutor, as a senator, versus a man who inherited his wealth from his father and who filed bankruptcy, who lied about a college, who lied about being the man of Michigan, and that the war don't even exist. What he did to them black kids, what was it in New York?
Yeah. The 5 Central Park.
I mean, grab him by the pussy. I mean, we could keep going. And then what's contradictory is that he's a businessman. When has the businessman and the corporations been about the people? They always been about themselves and the money, putting money in their pockets. When have they been about humanity and people? So it's it's amazing how many people keep regurgitating the same talking point versus actually processing what they're saying and responding to than her. Not saying not saying I even believe in a woman being a leader or president, but if she's in a position and they're going against each other and competing, who's more qualified?
Ali, let me ask you a question. So you would,
more qualified.
well, before y'all rebut, I just want to ask you: do you think that you think she's more qualified than him?
Oh yeah, for sure. For sure. She went against corrupt mortgage companies. She went against institutions or loan the way they were taking advantage of students with loans. She tried to implement a rehabilitation thing for prisoners.
We can't hear you. I'll drop the link real quick. I think that phone call. There you go. There you go.
My phone.
Got
It was a
again.
phone call.
Police
went. Oh, can y'all hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah, you good.
When she was a prosecutor in California, they were upset with her because she got a black man off the death penalty for I believe deleting a police officer. She was trying to rehabilitate him. She also was supposedly in support of the what's the bill, man? The bill Biden supposedly was for as well too.
Which one?
What is the which bill was that? The damn man.
You talking about for the border?
Everybody was talking. No, not that bill. The bill that Biden supposedly signed.
Which one?
Was it not
You talking
help
about
sign?
the 94 crime bill?
The 94 crime bill. When they were talking about the 94 crime bill, and they were talking about the people being in support of the 94 crime bill, but we don't talk about how much black people were in support of the crime bill, how the Black Caucus was in support of the crime bill. We'll say that all these politicians that supposedly supported that crime bill. That's what I was talking about.
Oh, I see.
What?
So I'll go ahead and throw this in.
So they'll
Ali,
say,
do you think she was
what has she
selected
done?
or elected? She wasn't elected.
that-
She was selected.
She was
I
selected.
believe they were both
You
selected.
can't.
I believe
No,
they were both selected.
Trump got votes
No,
three times. He
Who?
went through the Republican primary and got the votes necessary to be in his position. She
Do
never
you
did that.
do
Not
you
once.
think Trump is in the governmental positions more powerful and the corporations more powerful and more wealthy, or you think that he making them poor?
I don't give a damn. He was elected.
That
People actually
you can't
wanted
do
him.
that. Can't
Nobody
we
wanted
can't we
her.
gotta be honest. We gonna have an honest
That's the
conversation,
honest
right?
conversation. You can't say she's more
he's
qualified
been
when
impeached
nobody
too.
wanted her.
He's impeached twice. He's a felon.
No.
They pushed back. Let me finish. They pushed back his sentencing for him to be able to run as the president. So all together, because he gets because he got in the White House. Can a black man do that? Can a black man be a convicted, not even convicted, a felon before he's convicted, be impeached twice, and still become the president? Can a black man do that?
You do know
Now
what
he
impeach
can.
means, right?
You know
Hold
it
on,
take a white man to do it first.
He right, but you do know what impeach means, right? That means they brought up charges. If they did not convict him of those things that he was impeached for, you just talking shit. That's the same thing with them 34 counts.
He was found. He was found
guilty.
He was convicted. He was convicted, right? He was convicted. They still got to sentence him. They delayed his sentencing. No, hold on. Before you keep going, please stop saying, bro. Was he convicted and they delayed his sentencing? Is that what happened?
For that one charge? For the 34?
For the 34.
He wasn't convicted of the 34.
It's 34.
Those are charges,
it's not one.
bro.
It's 34.
Those are charges. He hasn't been convicted
delayed
of
the
those.
sentence.
He was
You have to
charged
convict him
and
before you can sentence
convicted,
him.
but he was charged,
and convicted,
but not sentenced.
So
He
do
wasn't
y'all
sentenced. They
think
delayed
do y'all really think this man gonna have a criminal record?
That's not. Hold on. The
That's
point
not
is,
that's not the premise.
let's get an answer. Izzy, he was charged and he was convicted.
Of all 34?
Technically, you're correct in saying he's not a felon yet because he hasn't been sentenced. But he was charged and he was convicted. He was also impeached. For people that don't understand impeachment, like me at a low level, I liken it to being indicted.
Yeah, but you okay?
That's
So
what that would mean.
okay. I ain't gonna lie. I didn't pay attention to them 34 counts because I really didn't care. But the impeachment part, if he wasn't found guilty,
Well, you
of those
can't do
impeachments,
that just because you. Well, hold on. Just because you didn't care and you don't have understanding. what we're telling you is he was convicted. He was convicted of those 34 counts, and he hasn't been
That's the
sentenced.
part that's wild.
So technically, he's not a felon yet, right? We can concede that point. But what do you think about all that? So, Ali, what was your initial question?
That's the part that's wild, though. The brothers that keep talking about him, I don't care what he did, as long as he's doing what I believe is in my best interest. But what did she do? She ain't been convicted of no crime. She's still been serving 17 years as a prosecutor and senator. She didn't get convicted of no crimes.
She didn't. You right.
So
then who would be the
hold
most?
on. Guys, let's do this. Don't chime in. Let them finish the comp. Cause I want to hear where Izzy lands after they have this discourse. Go ahead, Ali.
Who would seem the most qualified? Who would seem the most ethic? Who would seem the most moral if we're picking the lesser of two evils?
Well, I'm not going to speak on the morals. However, what I will say is she was not elected by anyone. He was elected by whoever you can name, whoever you want to name. He got elected 3 times to be the Republican candidate. She was selected. So regardless of what you want to say, 17 years, she was not elected by anyone to be in that position.
Hold on.
She was put in that position. And furthermore, I'm going to put
Hold on, brother. You're moving too fast.
Go ahead.
He elected. How was she? Tell me, you got to teach me that. So I agree both of them are selected. But how was she selected and he's elected?
Because she didn't go through a primary.
Because Joe Biden got out the way and they put her up. No one said, oh yeah, let's put Kamala up. No one said, let's put Michelle Obama versus Kamala and see who get more votes. They said, here's your girl. And furthermore, when she was in the Senate, when she ran for Senate, from my understanding, she ran solo. So if she ran solo in the Senate, that's a selection as well, because there was no opposition. There was no opposite party to say, okay, this choice or this choice. If you were the only person on the ballot for the Senate, you're selected, bro. There's no conversation. And if Joe Biden said, I'm going to choose a black woman, I don't know where y'all minds was in 2020, but as soon as they said this black woman, I don't care what you call it, I knew immediately that the goal was to put her into the fucking office. I don't care what none of y'all talking about. In 2020, when they put her in, I was like, yeah, they're going to run that play in 4 years. So you can't tell me that she was elected to any goddamn thing.
Vody conceded, though, that both of them are problematic. I wouldn't vote for either one of them, right? What? But based off the options, who was deemed the most qualified based on their experience, based on their reputation? We're saying Trump. How did Trump? Oh, you keep saying he was a businessman. He didn't work for the government. He was a businessman.
He was already president.
Trump was given a fucking good economy by fucking Obama.
That's not true. Hold on a second. Hey, can I rebut that? Can I rebut this economy from Terrence Howard here?
Hello, Eric. You got to speak first. Hello.
Hello. How are you? How is everybody doing? So it's funny because people say this that Donald Trump inherited an economy from Obama. What changes did Donald Trump make to the economy? Because if I inherit something,
but his own. That's it.
Okay, so you don't know the changes that he. Okay,
no, he did. He did like wig type shit. He did the fucking food stamp type shit. He did like a lot of
food stamp type shit.
Yeah, that's what he did. He ended fucking Obamacare immediately. You know?
No, he didn't. He didn't end Obamacare. Like the thing is if you
he didn't end Obamacare.
No, he did not end Obamacare. The thing is if you're gonna make like these claims, you need to like study a little bit. So the thing is if I inherit an economy. If you give me something, I maintain it in its entirety, right? The first thing that Donald Trump did was he made several changes to the economy. You can't inherit something when you change it so much. The thing is this. Well, not only tariffs.
It was shitty when Obama got it.
Okay, bro, the statement that you made, was he inherited Obama's economy. The first thing he did was like do me a favor, like bring up ChatGPT or something in the background while you make these statements. He changed Obama's economy radically, right? He the first thing he did was cut all type of regulations, right? There were all type of banking acts that Obama introduced to regulate the financial industry. I think it was like Dodd-Frank. He changed all of these things. the amount of regulations he cut in his first year was I think it's unprecedented. I don't think any other president, I don't believe any other president cut as many
regulations are you talking about?
So what happens is this: Obama put regulations on the banking. I'm going to explain it. Obama put regulations on the banking industry after the mortgage crisis, right? That was Dodd-Frank. Okay. Immediately, these regulations were stripped off. Okay. There were all type of regulations that were put on the oil industry. There's a lot of regulations now that are put on the oil and gas industry, whether it be issuing new licenses, whether it be all type of environmental regulations and things like that. Those go, right? When it comes to the FDA, the Food and Drug Administration, a lot of regulations were cut off of that, which is how you got the insulin prices to be lower, right, under Donald Trump. Also, he did put certain price caps on it as well. So he took some regulations off with the Food and Drug Administration, but then he did put price caps when it came to insulin and things like that. And evidence of this actually being effective was the fact that even when it came to some of his tariffs, the Biden administration continued these things. Also, when the cost of oil started to go up, they started to change to some of those same Trump policies as well. So I don't understand what you're saying.
It's a macro. It's a macronomic.
Macronomic?
Yes, it's macro, not fucking down our country and shit.
Macronomic? I don't think you understand. So oil. So just to refresh this, Trump removed regulations to the financial side of things with getting rid of Dodd-Frank, changing the oil and gas industry by removing a lot of those regulations as well. Also introducing a tax cut and putting tariffs on China. The same tariffs that the Biden administration is continuing up until this day. So it's funny that we're talking about Donald Trump doesn't deserve to be qualified. Well, if that was the case, why did Kamala, towards the end of the campaign, bite so many of Donald Trump's policies, including no taxes on tips, including no taxes on overtime, and continuing
bipartisanship regardless. There's going to be bipartisanship.
Okay, well, who voted against it the first time? Who voted against it the first time?
They're going to go with it.
But who voted against the tax on tips the first time? They changed their perspective. They brought back Donald Trump stuff. So what are you saying?
Can I just post something?
Y'all know something? Nobody.
So Obama's in president is 179. 2011 it was 396. Thank you.
Yo,
I don't know.
Before I apologize because I got to be out. So Eric said a lot, and Eric is actually 1,000% correct on everything he said. But I just want to post before I leave because I just want to slightly get back to what Ham was talking about. I want you guys to think about this. And I think it was House of Hypocrites who mentioned it before, right? That if there was a woman to serve president, it'd come from the conservative party. And I do agree with that, right? I think it's like, you bring somebody who just typically women are seen as liberal, right? It's not, you're not used to seeing that conservative face. And I think that, I agree with him on that point. I would pose this to you guys before I leave. I think she would, even though a person of her ilk would, but she's not going to run. Think about Condoleezza Rice. Would you have voted for Condoleezza Rice? She was seen as a very established, extremely smart, conservative. But at the time, obviously being on the Bush and whatnot, there's a lot of negative stigma around her. But she's a strong Black woman. She's just conservative. She was, for gun rights. She wasn't big on gun control. So I just want to pose that to you guys. Would you vote for a Condoleezza Rice type if she was to come into office in next 7, maybe not 4, but the next time a Democratic president gets in place, and then you have that switch around? Would you guys vote for Condoleezza Rice? But
did she have a Black husband?
I'm not Democratic or Republican. My arguments is past that, though. That's what I'm trying
to do that. Might have to do that. She got a little big guidance in her life. She got a Black husband. I might have to do that. You know what I'm saying?
I will vote for a woman if it's a Republican or even if it's a Democrat. If I like the candidate, it doesn't matter whether she's a woman or not. There are women, I think there's few of them, but there are women who can lead very effectively. If one of those women were happen to run, I would vote for them.
Man, it just depends what type of man she up against. That's all it is. Like she got to be conservative, dog. In my opinion, she has to be, because it says she's a little bit more logical within her decision making when it comes to a core family values and everything. If you value your family and the image that your family uphold, and then you throw God in there too, you feel me? Then I feel like you have some type of structure. Obviously, you have as a woman may have a great husband and a father, and you come from a lineage of wisdom that, yeah, you might can take this position, because when you get in that position, in any position, you have people around you that's going to help you lead. You just don't do it by yourself. I didn't trust Kamala having a supporting party that has the best interest of motherfucking Americans, not one bit. And then somebody had mentioned earlier about she was selected. The fact that she ran for president in 2020, didn't get no goddamn votes, and then Joe Biden come on to say that he's going to set what he said, he's going to
select a black woman,
select somebody, a woman of color, to office. It's like you selected this woman, and she didn't really have no real credentials. Y'all say, oh, she can go prosecute somebody. Man, if I was a fucking prosecutor, that don't make me qualified to run the entire goddamn country, because I've been putting niggas in jail. I got the power to do it. So I'm qualified.
Well,
so
maybe she could make the country safer.
I mean,
she still might be
laws for
borders
a
are
long
couldn't
time,
do that.
bro. It's been laws for a
y'all
long
remember
time.
what Gerald
Niggas
Ford
still
said,
gonna break laws.
if y'all remember what Gerald Ford said when he got asked by a kid, could a woman become president? He was like, yo, only if the existing president passed away and then she gets put into power. And Biden
that's
is
what I
up
thought
there
was
in
gonna
age,
happen.
so she can still technically become president before Trump is officially put. I know that's sick. I shouldn't be thinking like that, but
I want to say something to respond to Cheeky. I do feel like I disagree. I think Kamala was a very good candidate given the Democratic platform. What the Democrats believe in is progressivism and representation for people of color. If that's what you say that you believe in, right, and your entire administration, which the Biden administration was all about, was about putting women and black people in positions of power, which is what they did by appointing judges and things like that, and appointing a black woman to the Supreme Court, then she was the perfect candidate, because that is that is what they hitched their wagon to. Now, unfortunately, they found out that that's not a winning strategy. But given where they have taken, given the position that they have taken about being for people of color, and pushing women forward, and all of these things about diversity and a new day and all this kind of stuff, then yeah, it would make sense to put this woman ahead. This would be the best candidate if that's what you say that you believe.
But I always ask this, bro. Every time we making these strides and
So
these,
I think so. We both would agree that if that's sure, that may be the most ideal, but that's not the best candidate, because most people don't. I don't think most people were looking for that particular thing. Like, if you're considered our diversity hire,
yeah,
and most people consider you that, I don't think that's a good candidate. Now, that was my opinion. I said I don't think she was a good candidate because she just wasn't.
Well,
Everything
the thing is this: Donald
Yeah,
Trump was the best candidate that we've ever had.
Right.
Well, you can say.
When you say that, what do you mean? Like, explain.
I don't know if you've seen the numbers of the votes coming out of California, the amount of growth that Donald Trump just achieved, right? And it's okay, it's cool, because when he gets into office, we're going to get down to what happened in 2020. Because there's no way that you lose 13 million votes. There's no way that on one side, 13 million less people vote for one group of people.
It's the first time we had a coup.
And then a coup. I don't think you know what that is. But The thing is, and then on the other side,
you are so funny, boy.
it's the truth. It's the truth. I don't think you know what
sound
you're
like Cracker Jack don't mean that you're smarter, boy.
Well, you're half Cracker Jack. You're half Cracker Jack, Hustle and Flow. So don't even go there with me. You're on the wrong channel. You're on the wrong channel.
No. You on the wrong channel, boy.
Sir, you got green eyes. I don't. You don't necessarily have Africa in your genes. Okay, you and Kamala probably go to the same family reunions. To be honest with you. I know you want to get dreads to make yourself look a little bit more Afrocentric, okay? You don't have to be ashamed of the race of your grandmother, okay? All right, you don't have to be.
Just because you got a little more energy to talk, don't mean that you know what you're fucking talking about.
And you do. I'm sure you are. You are an example of literacy.
So you're an example of.
You are.
Fucking damn sheep ass. Fucking Donald Trump supporters. Y'all are sheep. Y'all are dumbasses. You actually in the worst fucking down.
But you can't call us losers, though. But you can't call you call us whatever you want to call me, but you can't call me a loser. You can call me whatever you want. You can call you
Trump supporter. You're a fucking sheep, dog.
He's crying. Somebody get him some Kleenex.
Prime question. What's your well, hold on a second.
Somebody get him some Kleenex here.
You make me money, nigga. Thank you.
Hey,
I'm sure.
Yo.
I am paying for your welfare, so you may be right about that.
Chill for a second.
Pay for the welfare and pay for everything.
Prime. Hold on a second.
My disability, all that shit.
Hold on a second. I know y'all can hear me. If y'all disrespecting each other, that's fine. If I'm trying to get y'all attention, I'll expect a different type of respect than which I'm showing to each other. Now, Prime, were you taking exception about with what Eric was saying regarding 2020?
I was taking exemption of the Trump fanaticism. It's ridiculous.
Okay.
You keep giving Trump all this clout of what he did when he was. I'm willing to debate on this. And I'm willing to go for money on this.
Go ahead.
All right. Simple and put. If you want to do that, we can do that, bro.
Well, I think. Well, let's say. Well, Eric brought up 2020. You mentioned the January 6th thing being a coup as an example. Do you believe it was a coup?
It's the most embarrassing part of our history, bro. American history.
You believe it was a coup, though?
Yes. Because they didn't get what the fuck they wanted.
So that's the first question. So this is the reason why I put this up here, because I think you took exception when Eric said you didn't know what a coup was. So if we look at the definition, what do you surmise from it?
It's an attack on the government establishment. Home.
Okay. And so it says a military or government attempt to overthrow current leadership. And that's what you believe January 6th was?
Yo, that's what he was talking about the whole time.
And you saying he's misinformed or he misunderstands?
I think he's wrong.
Okay.
And I don't think he understands what a coup is.
I understand, nigga. And
I'm sure you do.
Trump was talking. Go ahead.
I'm sure that's exactly what you understand.
You gotta don't tell him I told you to do it. You know what I'm saying?
What are you talking about?
They knew what the hell he was talking about.
What was he talking about?
That's
what was
he
talking about? Pretty weak coup, though. Pretty weak one.
It better
if that's what you're calling it,
you better get shot.
Yeah, that's a pretty weak coup. I don't know, a bunch of people walking in somewhere non-armed. I mean, we've seen real coups. Really, they were armed. With what?
They was armed, bro.
They were armed. So what percentage of the people walked in that were armed?
It was a smaller percentage that actually had like firearms and shit, but yeah.
Okay. The thing is this.
It was organized. Was it not organized?
Oh, it was organized. Oh, yeah, it was organized. Yeah. So if it was organized, why the lack of weaponry? You know, for example, we've had like the Civil War, right, where they seized a base, right? They seized Fort Sumner.
You know how the ancestors do, bro. They know this shit, bro. They know this country in and out.
The ancestors.
Come on now.
You got it.
We both mix.
Well, at least one person is admitting it. At least one person's admitting it. I can respect that. I yield. I mean, I yield to. I'll be honest with you. I yield to. I've never faced such intellect before from this gentleman here. If that is your definition of a coup, is there any examples of
I
a coup?
promise you're not a challenge at all.
Is there any of examples of a coup that you can provide me with that are similar to January 6th?
Yeah, shit in Nigeria that's been going on forever.
When?
What,
You know me. You know a bunch of people who walk into a government building. By the way, and it's okay to walk into that government building.
And Nigeria is not even a third world country, but they keep having to go through shit.
Nigeria's not a third world country. You got it. Hey, listen, I quit this argument. I can't. You're right. It's not a third. I don't think I can handle this argument.
But
he wins. Nigeria's not a third world country. You got it.
Let me ask you a question. Are you a proud American?
Yeah.
Like seriously?
Yes, sir.
That should have been a shit stain in your fucking heart. What's the fucking down?
No, now it's looking like it was the greatest. Now it's looking like it was the greatest political movement ever.
You're a sheeple. All right,
that's what it's looking like to me.
You're sheeple.
Okay.
You're a Trump sheep. Thank you.
Okay.
Prime, I'm interested. What did you want to debate Eric on? What topic specifically? Like, what were you trying to pinpoint? What topic were you saying you wanted to debate him on?
All right, so we can go over anything. Are we talking about the coup situation? I feel wholeheartedly that was a shit stain on our, American pride. I think he feels the opposite. So we can go for that.
What about something else? I think y'all kind of just worked through that one.
Whatever history, man. Whatever. It's all good. Whatever history, man.
All right. All right, let me do this real quick.
This might be risky.
All right, they kicked Prime off for 40 minutes. So Prime will be back in 40 minutes. I never seen Eric concede before.
And he's a smart guy. I've never seen anybody that smart before. I mean, Nigeria's not a third world country, according to him.
Let me read these real quick. Cam, that boy with the $5 says, light on light crime. I love to see. HQ with the $10 says, they were armed. People, please read the documents. This is why we can't argue with MAGA fanatics. They refuse to see reality. HQ with the $5 says, he is not the best candidate. Y'all just celebrate bombastic thugs and like ignorance.
Can I respond to that? I'm sorry. I don't know where you think you live. Okay. This is the problem. America's gotten way too civilized. When was America never not ran by thugs? I'm just curious. George Washington killed people on Christmas. You had Abraham Lincoln invade the South. You've had Teddy Roosevelt, commit large acts of police brutality all over New York City. I'm trying to figure out. You had Obama. Let's not even get started with what he did. You had Joe Biden force people to take an injection. That's all I'll say on the channel. At what point were we not ruled by people who knew how to wield force? Somebody's got to tell me when that was.
HQ with the $5 says, he is not the best. I read this one. HQ with the $5 says, no facts on this panel. This is why y'all call the disinformation campaign. That's why you call the disinformation campaign. Y'all need to read ellipsis. Unfortunately, y'all don't. Dre with the $2 says, she was Attorney General of California! Exclamation point. HQ with the $10 says, Biden kept only China's tariffs and only the 350B that they negotiated to cool a wash on both sides. Now he is about to bring a different set of tariffs, which will be a disaster for us. HQ with the $5 says, economic growth under Trump, 2.5%, was almost exactly what it was under Obama in the second term, 2.4%. He didn't change nothing. He rode. HQ with the $5 says, patriarchy is gaslighting you. He know how it works. He is gaslighting. Ellipsis. Ali, get back in there. Kamala with the $2 says, oh shit. Red Pill Ranger with the $2 says, Kamala isn't scandal free. She's done mad dirt. HQ with the $5 says she went through a primary. She was the second on the ticket we elected. Elected just dumb. CJ with the $5 says, but Ali, if I don't think she's going to do what's in my best interest, I'm not picking her no matter what, no matter how many charges she has. Maybe he has. HQ with the $5 says, Ali, don't let them gaslight you. Stand on grown, decent man business. HQ with the $5 says 2 reasons she lost: being a woman, because a lot of men don't respect the female boss, and the LGBT shit, according to the Hispanic bros I talked to. And Range with the $5 says Trump more qualified. He had the job for 4 years. She never had the job. How can a person never did something more qualified than the one who did? Range with the $5 says as long as the female candidates support degeneracy like child deletion, sexual deviancy, and basic liberal non-traditional views, a woman won't win. Chris Reed with the $5 says, was America ready for a woman to be president? Let's not forget what James Brown said. Jarice with the $2 says, Kamala, Black, Robert Downey Jr., and Tropic Thunder. Patriarchy Strikes Back with the $10 says, you saying white or YouTube?
White, because Ali said white men were united and stuff. That's not true.
Patriarchy says white men are not united. Truth and Reality Undefeated with the $5 says a female president will never happen because women don't like or trust women like that. Women know how women are. Only chance is if she's a Republican. That's what House was saying. And House got a $20 credit because I guess he was dropping some knowledge. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend and tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Ali, HQ said you was cooking, but I think you had stopped. I think you had dropped off for a second.
I'm trying to see how Eric, how you saying white men aren't united? If that's so united, they get black men to unite with them. How are they not united?
Because they aren't. The things you were saying before, the arguments you were making before with this black unity stuff, which doesn't exist, right? Black people made their decision a long time ago that they don't want to be forced to be around other black people when they campaign for civil rights. White men are not united at all. White men are actually they're very divided. Some of the biggest wars that we've had, whether it be in the 1900s or in the 2000s, it's been white on white. White people do not like each other, right? And as you see, white people now, especially the ones that would agree with you, are a very suicidal group of people. They will side with black people to go against other white people. That's been the case of most of the Democratic Party, especially as of recent. That's been the case in the Civil War. That's been a case, throughout history. I don't understand, when did you see white people unified?
To go back to going back to the Civil War, you're going back.
He froze. He might have
armies were fighting their people here before they were divided to make America. Before America became, you have to make you have to go back to the past to make white people fight each other. But in this current day, white people fight each other's ideology, but they still come together when it goes to going against other people. I agree with you. They might.
So Russia and Ukraine are coming together
now, but they're not against each.
So Russia and Ukraine are coming together?
The white people in America, or are we talking about Russia? But see,
white people in
doing, you have to go to Russia.
White people in general. I don't have.
I'm talking about the white. I'm talking about the white men. So I'm talking about white Americans, the white people that's in America. I'm not talking about Russians. I know we go against Russians. I know we're helping Ukraine to go against Russia. I know we're part of the UN as well too. I'm not talking about Russia. You see, I using Russia. That's a bad, flawed argument. Most European and white people are together and they operate with each other against colored people around the world.
They do not.
You have to agree to that.
No, they don't. Because if they did, because first off, you're talking to me, right? If white people were against colored people, you would. How do you even exist? White people historically. I'm trying to talk. White people historically have gone against.
Is my fault?
Yeah, he got
white people. So I don't understand the arguments that you're making, because first it's white people are They love each other, right? They're sticking together. But then when I use white people in Russia and white people Ukraine, then that argument is thrown out. I can use the Civil War. I can use the modern advancement of Black people in the United States, or people of color, or immigrants, or any of these other people. Largely, the people that are shielding these people are white people. Largely, the people that are pushing for immigration. And I just saw the governor of Massachusetts today, who is white, talk about she's not going to follow the law if Trump introduces something for mass deportation. So this idea that you're telling me white people are unified because they're white, that's just not true. It's not true.
So what white, other than Russia and Ukraine fighting, what white country is America at war with? What white men are we want? What white men are what white people are going against each other outside? You want to use Russia against Ukraine? Who are you talking about?
Whoa. So I don't get to use Russia or Ukraine. White people in America are against each other. I just gave you an example. I just gave you an example of Donald Trump, who is white, passing rules and laws, and the people that are largely against this publicly are other white people.
Mm-hmm.
I gave you example. I just gave you an example of
most white people.
It's not okay. So now it's most. Okay, you told me, are white people unified?
I said white people are unified, and you had to use Russia and Ukraine to say they're not unified. That is a bad.
Those people are white. So those people are white. Hold on a second. Those people are white.
I'm almost finished. Let me just finish. And you're going right back to you. Outside of Russia and Ukraine, majority of white people work with each other on their best interests, even if they differ on ideology. They still work together. They still united. They might not agree with each other completely, but they're united.
No, they're not. Even in America, they are not, because there are white people that are chomping at the bit to empower Black people to get back at other white people. There are white people that are chomping at the bit to get Latinos into the United States of America, and to draw down on the white population. There is a lot of self-hating white people in this country. If white people were as unified as you said they were, we would not have an immigration problem. We would not have people right now in open rebellion against the new administration that are coming in. And these people, whether they be in the FBI with the whole Peter Strzok situation, these people are largely white. And they're against the current administration. Like, this is still white. America is still white on white violence, especially when it comes to politics.
I'm about to head out him. I just want to say peace to everybody before I dip. I'm gonna be back home, but I gotta dip. See y'all.
Be safe, Chief. I'll see you soon.
I can say that they could be divided on ideology, but when it comes to staying together, and regardless to having a country that's in power, they stay together. They come together on that. They come together on war. They come together to work. They come together on certain beliefs. In regardless to this country, most white people are still going to follow the law and do what whoever's in power tells them to do. But if you're saying they defer, they have differences of opinion and differences of ideology, I agree with you on that. But most white people did. That's why they have the power and resources they have in this country. They work together.
Okay, so what's funny is you said differences on ideology, right? That's what white people care about.
Mm-hmm.
They put ideology before race. They are not united based upon race. Because if that was the case, there'd be a white version of China out there where there's just white people and nobody else is allowed to come in. Okay? So what you're saying, yeah, they do war based on ideology because ideology is important to them. Country is important to them. Money is important to them. And all of these things that you're saying are also becoming more important to Black people, which is why Black people, this whole idea of racial unity, it doesn't exist anymore. It just doesn't. It's all about financial resources. It's all about idea. It's all about country. It's all about those type of things. Religion, all of that.
But you're absolutely wrong. There's Trump supporters, Harris supporters, all in the neighborhood still getting along with each other, still
No, they're
eating
not.
dinner with each other. They still support each other as white people are together. If you can push that
No,
narrative,
they are not.
but these white people still work together.
I would.
If they see a gay person, they respect. They might not accept homosexuality, but they still respect.
No, they
that
do
gay
not.
person like that.
No, they
I'll
do
live in the
not.
South, bro. That's not real.
You see people fighting over the. You see people fighting over the internet. Most people are not fighting each other when we go outside our doors. They don't.
But that's
Most
generally
white people are
speaking.
together
That's generally speaking for everybody. But we have seen the people who are on the forefront of the trans movement a lot were white people. And yeah, there's a lot of white people that do not like that at all. So I don't understand. Like, I think that the problem is this. You believe in this racial unity. So you believe in these fairy tales of the 60s and all of that, of the racial unity. That stuff is over with. White people have always fought and killed each other over resources, ideas, and territory, because that's what matters to them. Being white is secondary to them.
in the past. I agree with
No,
you. They're not
right
doing that
now, right now,
Ooh,
it's secondary.
You get when I
You
ask
just
you,
said
get quiet. Right
Harris.
now,
You just said Harris supporters and Trump supporters who are white are getting along. That is not true at all, because even the Biden and Trump supporters. So you're telling me? Okay. So you're telling me? Are you familiar with the group Antifa? Are you familiar with that group?
Yes.
Okay. So they fight Trump supporters all the time, and they're white. And those are white people fighting other white people over ideas. I don't understand what you're like. What I don't get this.
I've already conceded to you about the ideology part.
Because that's the most important.
They still.
No, they don't.
No.
So
they do.
Do you know any white people?
I live in a white neighborhood. You want to see all the people in my neighborhood? Is
No,
white. You know I live in a white neighborhood.
So you're telling me this, right? You think white people, like, let's say it's all the lines amongst black people right now, like the women beefing with the men, the gays beefing with the straight, the jocks beefing with it, like, you know, like the Columbine situation. You're telling me you think white people, they just all get along with each other?
The school shooting.
Majority of the white people get along with each other. Yes, I'm not telling you. We see it. You don't see white people collectively coming outside and fighting with each other. They come. Mostly people in my neighborhood are Trump supporters. You got Harris supporters and got their signs up as well too. They still respect each other when they come outside. They might have a difference of opinion, but they still work with each other and they still respect each other. To us say they warn each other, the way we warn each other is completely different. The way they
they're worse. But yeah, they do it even worse.
No,
because black people shoot people. Black people shoot people in drive-bys. They drop bombs on people and take their countries over. Like, what are you talking about? When it comes to power, this is the problem. This is the problem. You're used to American civility right now. Okay? This is not the case. You just had a point to live in history where people were not at each other's throats like that. All historically, it's been white on white crime. It's been white people blowing white people up, killing white people, taking white people's stuff. It's been some of the worst crimes are white people doing it to other white people, bro.
Did anybody hear what Trump said today?
We're not talking about white people being at war with each other for generations. I didn't disagree with you, but currently in today's society, white people work together. That's why there's a UN. That's why there's a EU. That's why there's an EU and there's a UN. They do. They have.
And the EU is in conflict with whom? The EU is in conflict with whom?
Hey, Eric, speak.
They're in conflict with us. NATO right now, NATO, they are shaking in their boots because now America is tired of backing them. America's tired of backing. Like you just said, you just said,
do to me what people do to you. You're just speaking over me to make your point. You cannot name a white country. Only thing you can use is my phone is what?
You keep going. Your phone is like yes. It's pixelating and all of this. Most of the events, whether it be Kosovo, Serbia, white people are at each other's throats for territory, for money, for all of these things. Like, I don't understand what you're saying. And the thing is this, now you use the EU, right? The EU now is going to have a problem because of Trump coming into power. The EU is going to have a problem. Now it's about to be white on white because Donald Trump and the Republican administration are tired of backing NATO. They're tired of backing the EU. And Donald Trump, let me ask you a question. Let's even use Trump. Trump's biggest ops were who? The people that Donald Trump hated the most was who? Were they black figureheads or white figureheads?
White men, but I haven't disagreed with you on that though. They still work together. They still support each other. They still respect the law. They fight on ideology, but they still work together. I don't know why that's a hard thing to acknowledge and see what's happening in life, period. And when we walk out the doors, they work together. They fight on ideology. I haven't disagreed with you on that.
The thing is this, when you say work together, you've got to like substantiate that point, because you're telling me, isn't everybody working together right now for the time being?
And I did substantiate that if you give me the time to do it as well too, just like we do. We'll still work with the white man. We'll still go to school with the white man, and we will go to war with the white man. They'll still follow the law in mass versus going to war with each other and deleting each other. They will follow the person that's in power. Even if they can't stand the person, they still follow the law. And they still the resources. They'll still follow each other no matter who's in power right now. They're not at war with each other like that. They argue with each other and fight with each other over guns, over LGBT, over who should run the country, who shouldn't run the country, how it should be run. But they still in mass follow who's in power. They follow the law. They follow the white man in power.
Yeah, that's all groups in the United States. So like, I don't understand what you're saying. That's all groups in the United States.
They're more organized. That's why they're in power. They still will follow, no matter even the.
There's other groups. There's other groups in the United States that are more organized than white people are.
So you were talking about conservative, even white women who are becoming feminists.
What's the biggest white organization? What is the biggest? You said they're more organized. Give me a white organization that is for white people, that is large, that says we want white people to succeed, only for white people. We're only allowing white people, that is supported by most white people.
You know they're not gonna say that like that. Well, that.
Because there's not one. Because they're not unified.
Because America's biggest trick is to make it seem like they want diversity. Democrats don't want diversity.
White people do want diversity.
Feel like they want it.
White people want diversity.
They don't want diversity.
Why did they kill a bunch of other white people to free black people? Why are they fighting each other? Why are they fighting each other? Why are they fighting each other to bring in immigrants all over this country? If they don't, like, Japan doesn't want diversity, China doesn't want diversity, North Korea doesn't want diversity. White people in Europe and in America want diversity. They fight. White people kill each other to help out black people. What are you talking about?
Say that last part again.
White people kill each other to help out black people.
Where? That's what I'm asking you. Where are white people killing?
How did black people get free in America, bro?
You keep going to history. You got to go back to the past.
Dude, you don't get here without history. How did you get civil rights? How'd you get civil rights?
I agree with you on that already.
Okay, so there you can thank you. White people went against other white people to help black people. Let me ask you a question. How many white people did you see on the campus of Howard University cheer for Kamala?
No, hold on. Am I still being delayed?
No.
A little bit.
So when Abraham Lincoln was supposedly freeing black people, right? They were wiping off the Native Americans off the. They didn't bring us over here to help us. They didn't bring us over here for diversity. They wanted to bring us here to work.
Yeah, they did.
They brought us over here to work for them.
Who is John Brown? Who is John Brown?
You're using a selective white. No.
But they're still white people, so it goes against your point.
No, you're being this. Most white people are not fighting each other.
Yes, they did,
They're
bro.
not
They
going to war with
literally
each other over
killed
black
each
people.
other. They killed. Okay, white people killed other white people to free black people, bro. That's just a fact.
No.
That's just a fact. I'm sorry.
Did the North want to free black people so they can help black people, or did the North want to free black people so that the South wouldn't be as powerful? Same thing with what the British did. They wanted to stop slavery because it was making people too powerful when they were using slavery as well too. Black people, white people as a whole, did not want to liberate black men. They didn't want the other white men to be strong. At different ideologies. One person was becoming way too powerful with what they were all doing together. Then they wanted to outlaw slavery so that the South wouldn't be as powerful. They wanted to cripple the South. They didn't want to free black men. That's why they were wiping out Native Americans off the face of the earth.
So white people also don't want to collectively don't want to wipe Native Americans off the face of the earth. That's not true either.
White people.
That's not true either.
So white people hide it better than Asians and Arabs and other races of people. They push diversity so they can use the people to empower their country and nation build. It's not about the fact they really care about the people. It's about nation building.
I thought they were unified.
Eric, you cut me off every time, Eric.
I thought they were unified. That doesn't seem very unified to me. That doesn't seem very unified to me.
No. There you go.
It's because your phone is on a delay. It's because your phone's on a delay.
Ali,
I'm still on a delay.
Yeah, you got maybe 1 second.
Let me go see if I can get on my computer.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, Ali, in general, I don't agree with your points. I think that if white people truly didn't want you here, you wouldn't be here. I think if white people were truly as bad as you say they were, you would experience the full wrath of white people. And in fact, I can argue that they did fight for you more than they have other races of people. We've seen what they've done to, as you said, Native Americans. We've seen what they've done to, people who wear small hats. We've seen what they've done to even recently Arabs and things like that. We've seen now what they're going to do to Latinos in America, right? And all of these things could have been done to you, but they're not going to be done to you because white people truly do. A lot of white people truly do like black people. I don't understand, because if they did not like you, you would know, okay? And you would not be talking with me on Hamp's station right now through something that they invented. So I feel like, I don't know, maybe he'll come back. I know he'll come back, but I just feel like there's a lot of black people who just, they love the 60s, right? They fall into this idea of marching together and putting the fist up in the air, yeah, all of this stuff. That is over. These people are cosplaying a situation that is over. Black people made the choice. And, whether it be Deion Sanders or Martin Luther King, they decided they did not want to be around other black people. They did not want to be forced to be around other black people. Okay. They wanted to make the choice to go where they wanted to go and do what they wanted to do and things like that. And I just find it to be a little interesting now that we're 70, 80 years from this, that now there are people like, we need to come back together. And the reason why they're doing that is because white people have told them that they could do it.
Yeah, I think what you see seasons, right? And so you had the points where black people were downtrodden for many different reasons, namely slavery, and then you have guilt that comes into play. You have different things like the 3/5 and the voting power, if the blacks and things of that nature. So there's different reasons why those wars came about. Eric, I think what we see, especially when you in the earth though, is you see more tension when certain people are in office, right? The guilt is gone a little bit. I think people overall are tired of what they see on the news and propaganda. Do you remember when the boy got choked out on that New York City train?
I remember. Oh, you're talking about the guy that was going around harassing people.
Yeah, he may be
Yeah,
mentally ill and unstable.
Yeah.
So what I think we may be witnessing is people could be tired of conduct or perceived conduct,
right?
Which is why we may see people banding together on color lines, though.
I would say that the people now in the country that are banning the most for color lines, and it makes sense because the reason why they're banning together on color lines is because white people have started rewarding this, right? So there's a reason why in the 90s and in the early 2000s, everything about being black wasn't about being a victim. Okay, there's a reason why in the 90s, black people had a coolness element to them. There's a reason why, whether it be the big T-shirts from them franchise boys or Michael Jordan or Mike Tyson or any of these people. And there's a reason why now today that being black, everything that is black is all about being a victim and being as radical as possible. And that is because white people have decided to reward black people for being victims. It's the reason why the word racism, after it started with Trump, it really started once Donald Trump started to come around. This is when white people started using the word racism. They're a racist. He's a racist. He's a racist. He's a racist. He's a racist. White people have now appropriated the racism struggle to tell people about how racist their opponents are so they can gain power.
Yeah, I think that was definitely a tactic. What was the reward, though, you think? What was the reward for black people?
Number one. Oh, okay. So if we look at BLM, right? BLM was the largest, it was one of the largest political demonstrations of all time. And we look at the amount of money that was poured into BLM after that. I mean, it broke records. And even if you look at 2020, I think that no white executives or something were hired in 2020 after these riots. Everything became about, the black struggle, right? Everything that came about black victimhood, right? Mm-hmm. And racism. And it's just, you can even find it on Google. There was, they had a study to where the word racism, like in 2014, 2015 had spiked in how many people had used it. And I feel like it becomes there was plenty of the black victimhood grift from all the DEI hired.
I understand the DEI. But now in terms of Black Lives Matter, we know now that the books were open. The allocation of that was majority to homosexuals.
What?
Yeah.
But they were still black. But they were still black.
Well, I don't know, but there was LGBTQ, so her brother had an association, and then a lot of that money went out to that community.
But they were still black. So
they were probably black and white and everybody.
Okay, so the thing is this: all Fortune 500 companies, well, most of them, like 98% of them, were basically extorted to give to this organization. They were literally going around saying, if you don't support it, hey, I didn't see a post from you on social media.
Sure.
I didn't see you giving anything.
Mm-hmm.
It was the donations were it was everywhere at that point. And the people, while being gay, were still black. Okay. They didn't say this is about me being gay. They only said it after the fact, right? They said this was very much about being black.
Well, I just wonder, right? Based on what they propagated, when you look in their mission statement, black men are not in there at all. Neither is the nuclear family, right? But when you're saying that black people benefited or in some way, shape, or form, they should have pushed the nuclear family and very least prop black men up in some way, shape, or form. But in Black Lives Matter mission statement, neither one of those two things are in there. But the LGBTQ certainly is. No. So I guess we could argue that that's not a black.
Incentivized. There's a difference between being
benefited. I'm trying to figure out what you're saying. The benefits.
Yeah, I'm saying they're being incentivized. So people today are incentivized largely, black people especially, to play the victim, to talk about racism. When somebody calls somebody racist, they now have all ears. They now can drum up a crowd. They now can cancel people because they can bring up a camera and say you're a racist, and a bunch of people will listen to them.
Okay, that's a different word though, but I'll accept it.
You don't think black people benefited at all?
No, what I'm saying is we were discussing reward, but if you say incentivize, I can get with that because I saw during the George Floyd thing as an example, white people were on eggshells at that point in time, so I can see that.
Can I ask you a question? How many executives after the BLM riots were given positions that were not white?
I don't know.
It was a lot. It was a lot. I need to find the info.
How do we vet it? Let's vet it.
Because I remember them doing a study on it.
I'm saying you might be right. Let's look it up.
Not a single executives. Hold on a second. White
or shoot me the link in the private or whatever, and I can grab it.
White executives hired.
But yeah, so what I'm saying is that I see the incentive. Like for instance, do you remember when the two brothers went in the Starbucks? And I don't even know if it was anything egregious, but something to the effect of the service. Right. And then Starbucks hired, I think she was a DEI or a CEO or something that was a black woman. So I see that. I just was thinking about reward, but I guess incentivize was rewarded.
But the thing is, that is a reward. If I create a separate department in my organization for DEI and I hire a DEI specialist, right? What am I doing?
Rewarding for all intents and purposes.
Yeah.
Well,
so that's what if I see organizations, that are called Black Lives Matter, and I donate from those organizations, just because I see a bunch of people who are like, well, I didn't get nothing. Okay, well, there's a difference between you not getting anything and black organizations not getting anything, because we already have plenty of incentives for people to be black. Right, we have 8A programs. We have MBEs that are local for people to win contracts based upon the color of their skin.
Yeah, would that go to Ali's point? But white people stick together, which is why you have to put those programs in place.
No.
So, like for instance, I'm an SBE, right? Because I do that type of business.
MBE.
And so, yeah, sorry. So
yeah, you're doing it at the local level instead of the federal level. Are you
yeah,
doing it at the federal level?
It's DC, yeah. So it'd be federal technically.
Yeah.
So right. And so what happens is they have to allocate 30% of those contracts to minority-led companies, right? Or else we won't have access to them.
Yeah, and that's white people that are doing it. That's why they're not unified, because there's white people who are writing these programs in and paying this money to these people, and they can have the choice not to do it. Like, that's just what it is. It's white people who saying, hey, listen, I feel so guilty for all the things that I did that now I'm going to start. I'm the only group of people who would ever do this, right? I'm going to feel so bad about conquering people and beating people that now, because I feel guilty, I'm going to give them some things. And so what does that tell other people? Hey, if I can make these white people feel guilty, I can get stuff from them. Yeah, like that's what happened. Because white people, it's still white people that introduced the 8, whether it be the 8A, there's still white people that facilitate this. There's still white people that are paying the taxes to even give to these companies. And listen, I don't disagree with MBEs or small business or 8A or any of those kind of things. I just disagree with, I think that if there's a government in general, people are going to take advantage of it. So I feel like, I personally think the government should be cut. A lot of that stuff should be cut, but while it's there, I'm down with giving them what they need.
Yeah. The premise is pretty solid, to be honest. I think for me, generally speaking, I get along and I'm cordial. I typically don't trust white people to that extent to befriend and things of that nature, but I'm pretty cordial in the earth, right? I think you have to operate with each other to get along. I generally have something they don't want and vice versa.
May I ask you a question, Hamp?
Sure.
If they dropped me and you off in Mars, let's say they picked us up and they dropped us off in Mars, and we're around a bunch of Martians, how would you survive?
Me and you probably have to stick together.
But don't you think it would behoove you a little bit to to
Be
make
cordial?
alliance, to make not even just being cordial, but to make alliances, right?
Yeah, yeah. So that's what I mean. So just to expound on my point is what I'm saying by being cordial is right. I do business every day, right? Because I own a couple different businesses with anybody who's willing to do business. I may be partial depending on, but circumstantially, right? White people own the majority of the stuff. So oftentimes we work together. Like I said, with like the small business enterprise. You know what I mean? Where you work with each other all the time, right? So you be cordial, you can have a beer and all that stuff. Just generally speaking, personally, I don't frequent around white people that often.
Okay. Do you think the reason why you don't is because you've been taught your entire life that white people don't like black people and white people are discriminate and racist against black people?
No. Mm-mm. A lot of my basis is biblical, so I understand who my people are generally. And I think that though hand go in hand, the wicked will not go unpunished. I think you reap what you sow. The blood is defiled. The land is defiled by blood, and the only blood that can undefile the land is the blood that shed the blood in the first place. But getting along in the earth is fine. People are cool.
My question is this. How did you come to even know that Bible?
It's mine.
How?
So the place where it came from, those people look like me and are my ancestors.
Okay, where did it come from? Where were your ancestors living?
So-called, you may know it as the Middle East.
Okay.
But you can walk from Israel to Egypt.
But it was conquered. Israel it was conquered, and the Bible was pretty much smashed out in the Middle East after Islam.
Prove it.
I mean, Islam conquered that area.
Have you heard of have you heard of Carthage?
Of course.
Have you heard of the Council of Nicaea?
Of course, 325 AD. Yeah.
How about the Council of Carthage itself?
I thought you were talking about Carthage with Hannibal. Are you telling me that there's another one?
Same place. But if you look it up, there's a Council of Carthage as well that came into fruition before the Council of Nicaea. So there's several scrolls in the Greek Septuagint, the Texas Receptus, the Codex Sinaiticus. So all that stuff didn't die. You agree?
If you're telling me let me look this up. The thing is I'm going to have to look it up, but the Muslims wrecked it. I'm going to be honest with you. Mm-hmm. The white man had to reintroduce the Bible back to the Middle East because after Muhammad rose up, they pretty much stomped out everything, right? In Northern Africa, especially if you're going to use Egypt. Egypt at one point in time was Christian.
Well, Eric, just to interject this real quick, I wasn't using Egypt. I was just saying you can walk from Israel to Africa because people call that section Middle East as though you can't get from one place to the other without a boat, ship, or car. You know what I mean? Or like without going over water.
Oh, of course. Jesus actually went there as a child. So if we're looking at, bro. See, the thing is this: Carthage in Tanzania, it kind of was basically stomped out a little bit during Islam. I mean, during the rise of Islam. So the people that reintroduced.
Well, let me give you this edification real quick. So you heard of not that you heard of 70 AD, but that's when the war happened, right? And so have you heard of the trans-Saharan slave trade?
Yes, it's the people that went east instead of west.
Yeah, well, no. So they were in the east, right? 70 AD, people were dispelled out of the Middle East, right? And so they were slave traded from the east to the west, right? And so if you notice, a lot of ports that so-called black people came out of, one of the biggest ports is called the Port of Judah. Mm-hmm. And you know who Judah was in the Bible?
Yeah, one of the part of the 12 tribes, right?
Yeah, good. Yeah, 100%.
Ben,
right?
Asher, great. I remember Asher.
Good. Simeon, you doing good, right? And so there's a reason why those ports are named as such, right? Mm-hmm. All that stuff didn't get lost, but I agree. People try to erase a lot of good shit. I'm sure the Vatican got a whole lot of shit we haven't seen. Did you see the stuff that Putin let out? How everybody, all those images, everybody looked like me and you a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is this. I agree that the original, how can I say this?
Yeah, go ahead.
The original adopters may not have been European, but the people that preserved the text, the people that spread the text,
yeah,
the people that made Christianity the bulwark that it is today were European. So, for example, they may not been the originals, right? Because remember, after Christ died, you had the disciples that went everywhere. The thing is this.
Imposters,
the thing that happened was Rome absorbed Christianity, right? It wasn't the first. Of course, everybody's going to be like Ethiopia. They love saying that, right? But Ethiopia was not influenced. Ethiopia is not the reason that we're Christian in America. Okay. The reason why we're Christian in America is largely because of the people that came from Europe. And that even like the deeper parts of Western Africa, right? Missionary work and things like that, to evangelize the message, it was a lot of that was Europe. A lot of that were people that came out of Europe, right?
I think that's solid. I think that the Bible tells you a lot of things that are going to happen to the people of the Bible. Like their history is going to be erased. You have to go to your enemy for all things: thirst, want, nakedness, work, money, everything. So it's all actually prophetic. Do you believe in the Bible, or do you believe in God?
Of course. Jesus is Lord. What are you talking about? Of course.
Okay, I don't be knowing. You know what I mean? YouTube is a great place. I didn't know that. So, with that being said, then you're aware of like all the curses that happen to the true people of the Bible, right? Like Deuteronomy and things of that nature.
I know that the curse of Ham and things like that, right?
Well, fuck Ham. I don't fuck with Ham.
Okay, but what I'm telling you is this, right? Those curses were done once Christ came. I believe because Christ provided a means to fulfill the text of the Old Testament. I believe, well, in terms of salvation.
Now, be careful with saying you believe. That's kind of like saying you feel.
Well, the thing is this: I am human. I'm fallible, right?
Okay.
I am fallible. Okay. I could be wrong on this, but Christ basically cut out the middleman. He gave us a path to salvation. And I think that the curses that you speak of, I think that those curses largely were upon his sacrifice. I think that they're largely erased from his sacrifice.
So can you tell me, so you were saying like he came to fulfill the law?
He was the law.
So, but
you remember John? If you remember John 1, he was, he was the law.
Well, no. So right there it says Jesus is the Word, and the Word was God, and the Word was with God. So
yeah, but the Word is the law.
But you got to make sure you know those two words, right? But you don't have to go there. What I'm asking you about the law specifically. So, are you saying that he fulfilled the law? Is the law done? Is that what you're saying?
No, the law. We are still under the law, right?
Which law? Sorry.
Well, a mixture of laws, right? We're still under a lot of the laws from the Old Testament, right? And like, for example, the 10 Commandments and things like that. But, right, we are...
slow down, because there's 613 commandments. So which ones are we under? I just want to make sure.
I'm just using an example, right? I'm using an example. Whether you're in Leviticus, Numbers, there's a reason why we did not eliminate the Old Testament from the Word. There's a reason why the Old Testament is still around, right? What I am telling you is that the New Testament provides a way for forgiveness from the law, right? And the ability to fulfill the law and to follow the law. I do not believe that you can follow the law without the blood of Christ. It is impossible, for all men have fallen short, as we do know, right? And you're not saved by works, but works are important. Right. And there's a reason why works are important in the book. So these are just my beliefs from what I read.
Hey, you did a decent, you kind of brought it back together. So let me get this straight. I just want to make sure You saying that we got grace from Jesus, right? So let's say you go out, right, E, and you get a tattoo. Then I say, hey, E, now you know Leviticus 19:27, you can't, print marks upon you. You good because you can ask for forgiveness. You just can't get another tattoo. Agree?
That does not give you permission, as they say, right? I mean, there was a situation in, I believe that when.
E, answer my question first before you give me context.
No, it's not a permission to sin according to like when Satan tempted Jesus. Yeah, when Satan tempted Jesus, remember he said, well, if you can throw yourself down, and he's like, don't tempt the Lord my God. I believe that's what Jesus' response to the devil was. So I also, to be honest with you, I do think that, now you're probably not going to like this. I don't believe in sola scriptura. I don't believe that people can read the word and determine it for themselves. I very much believe in elders and leadership, because when we look at the Bible, God never said, or never was written that these are the books that you have to go by, right? And I think that when we do anything, I can't read a medical book and then claim myself a medical doctor, right? I have to follow the experience in leadership. And I very much believe in the church. I very much believe in the elders. I don't believe that I read the Bible and, hey, I can do it on my own and I don't need to go to church and all that kind of stuff. I think I think people that don't go to church are stupid people. You know what I mean? It's like me saying, well, I can get big on my own. I can win a championship on my own. I think you need guidance and leadership from people who study the word and interpret the word, which is why they did not, for a long time, they didn't let everybody read the Bible, because I feel like,
Eric, did you watch my stream from 2 weeks ago? This where you got this from? Well, never mind.
No, I did not. I've always been on this. I've always been on this type of thinking.
Well, Eric, no, good. So let me give you a verse just so you can back that up with the scriptures. So, not saying you can't. I don't know if you know this verse or not, but Nehemiah 8, right? You can start at verse 8 to get the sense. So it literally says there's a specific group of people who read the Bible, and there was a specific group of men who discerned it for the people so they can understand. It wasn't everybody did not have access. Even when Jesus went to read, he had to go to the synagogue. You remember in Luke 4, he had to go there, read the book of Isaiah, and then he read Isaiah 61 essentially. So 100%. People having access, everybody's an expert. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, I think it's stupid. I personally think that the Catholics and the Eastern Orthodox Church knew what they were doing, right? When they limited people, right? Because now this is why the church is so fractured in and of itself, and people can make it up as they go along. It's because they don't want to trust leadership, and they don't want to trust an organization, right? And so I think that what you're on is correct. I don't understand where the racial elements come in. I mean, I think that this is a tribal thing, but what I am going to tell you is that
you're not. Well, I'm not trying to cut you off. I'm just interjecting, right? So in actuality, for us, race is a component, but it's much more lineage based. So it's the men you come from that determine who you with. Determine what of the 18 nations of the Bible you come from. Because like you said, Israel had 12 sons, right? So you come from one of those 12 sons, but that's one nation because they all come from the man named Israel. You know what I mean? It goes by patrilineage. You know,
I hate to preach to you, and I've heard this argument before, but some of our greatest people in the Bible did not come from great lineage at all.
Indeed.
Whether that be Samuel, I mean, his mom begged for a child and said, "I'm going to give my child to the church." And whether that be David,
Samuel, I just want to, because you citing good stuff. 1 Samuel 2:6 is where he's at in regards to her saying, "The Lord kills and make alive. You give me this kid, I'll give him to you." Yeah, that's a good job.
Yeah. So
the bald head nigga Isaiah, right?
Yeah.
Right. A lot of people don't come. I mean, even Jesus don't come from he come from the line of David, but still, right? Just how he was born.
But look at where
born
David,
in the projects.
But look at where David came from. David was a shepherd. I mean, his father. You know what I mean? It's. I think it's a little bit. I understand lineage, but I think this is why, like, I believe in the power of like the Holy Spirit, right? To cure generational curses and to provide a new life regardless of lineage. It's because, but this is only after Christ. This was not before Christ. Not before Christ.
My bad. I did a bad job. When you said race, I agreed because it's not so much about race, but it is about the lineage, your patrilineage, which you come from, that determines what nation you're from. Not about you being from prestige. Prestige is not the thing.
But the thing is, when Christ came before he ascended into heaven, what was his commission? His commission was to go into all nations. I get it. This is why I'm saying it's. I think that, and I could be wrong because I'm not a father, and I didn't a patriarchal father in terms of studying the word. I'm not a priest. I haven't gone into any detail in terms of theology or anything like that. I leave that up to the experts. But when he gave the Great Commission of going into all nations, I think that lineage at that point became a little bit different. You know what I mean? I just feel like I get if you are currently, and I'm not trying to throw any shade, but if you are currently Hebrew Israelite, some of these things, I think, while being relevant and being important, which is why they are there, I think that there are things that may override them, right? So the reason why we put the problem in the Old Testament is to show the solution in the New Testament. It's not the fact that I'm doing away with everything. I'm showing how things were historically, and then after that, I'm giving a new path from that point. It's not because people will argue, are you trying to do away with the Old Testament? Are you saying the law does not matter, right? That's not what I'm saying. What I'm telling you is just how we have a constitution and there are amendments to that constitution, right? It's the same thing in the Bible. That's what I truly believe.
Okay. Yeah. I think God doesn't change, right?
No.
Per the book, right? I am the Lord, I change not, right? So he says it himself. I think the reason why people get confused about the all nations thing because they never read the book of Hosea. Or they never read the book of Genesis, chapter 32. And I'm surprised that people don't understand that the Israelites would be like the sand of the sea that'll go into all nations.
Yeah.
And you can't number them, right? So it makes sense to go get your people from all nations because pursuant to Hosea 1, you could jump to verse 10. It'll tell you that the Israelites are spread everywhere.
But let's be real, right?
Go ahead.
And this is, you're not going to like this. The reason why Christ went to all nations was because, and you're going to get not like it, but the Israelites rejected his message.
Well, which ones?
The Israelites rejected Christ.
Which ones?
The ones that crucified. Well, come on, now you're going to get me in trouble, right? You're going to tell me that that's okay. If we look even after Christ, right? Who rejected Christianity the most?
The Jewish.
Okay, that's my point. Okay, they rejected. He was put here for them, and then after that, because remember when Christ was at the woman at the well, right? And the woman at the well, he very much said, I just want scraps from the table or something like that, from what I remember correctly. He came first for his own. And when they rejected him, because this is all about rejection of where you came from, right? Because, like the cornerstone has been rejected. I think that's in Isaiah, right? The Isaiah 53, he was bruised for our sins, crushed for our iniquities. I know I'm spitballing here, but he was he was rejected. And that is why they had to go into all nations with all people. And that's why I feel like this obsession with lineage, right? I think to a certain extent, it's wrong because I think Christ came for all after he was rejected.
Can you explain Revelations 11? Can you explain? Oh, sorry, you don't have it memorized. So there's a
I can go get
difference.
my Bible.
Yeah, you go get it. It's probably Mark, so you probably be able to get there.
I'll be right back. Hold on a second. Right back.
Yeah, let him get his Bible because I got to correct a few things too. Just because he had the wrong verses in the wrong place. He's doing pretty good. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, and tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most.
Where are we at? You said Revelations 11.
Yeah, this to show you a differentiation amongst the people. And you heard of the 144,000 as well, right?
Yeah, I know that's God. I hope you're not going Jehovah's Witness on me here, but yeah, I understand with that.
Well,
I mean it.
Well, I guess you know those people are from a specific lineage, right? The whole entire 144,000.
Yeah, where are you taking me here first with this?
Revelations 11, just to show you that there's a differentiation in people, even in the kingdom. You can start at the top.
Which one are we going with the two witnesses?
No. Revelations 11. Start at verse 1.
I'm on Revelation 11. Then I was given a reed like a measuring rod. Is that where we're starting here?
Yep.
Okay. So this are two witnesses. I remember this from Left Behind, but I remember it, but I do remember from this. Then I was given a reed like a measuring rod. And the angel stood saying, rise and measure the temple of God, the altar, and those who worship there. But leave out the court which is outside the temple, and do not measure it, for it has been given to the Gentiles. And they will tread the holy city underfoot for 42 months. And I will give power to my two witnesses, and they will prophesy 1,260 days clothed in sackcloth.
So I'm glad you know the story, but also, do you know that there's a difference between the people? So do you see where the Gentiles are as opposed to the Israelites?
I see that they make a distinction for the Gentiles. Yes.
Yeah. So even when we're saying things don't matter, in the last book of the Bible, things matter. The people in their lineage of which they come from matter. So to say that is just not a thing anymore, it wouldn't make sense for it to be in Revelation.
But can't Gentiles mean a number of things?
Mm-hmm. It can, right?
Can
it could
Gentiles
even
mean unbelievers or something like that? I believe.
No.
I'm not sure.
Gentiles are heathens, right? It's so people who aren't Israelites, right? But to your to be fair to your point, there's a whole lot of Israelites that were called Gentiles because they didn't know no better, right? So they all thought they were Gentiles. Have you read the Apocrypha?
I have not gotten into that. No.
Get it when you get a chance. Read it because I think it'll help you.
So are you someone? Do you believe in like all of the scrolls? Are you somebody that like the Book of Thomas and things like that, or
no, not necessarily. Not so. Like for instance, the Book of Enoch. No.
Okay.
Just to clarify your question, right? So I don't believe in the Book of Enoch. It just has a bunch of things that don't make sense when you line it up with the Bible specifically. We don't have to go through the verse by verse, because we boring people, right? But like even like Revelation 7 as an example, the 144,000 are only Israelites. So again, when we say that the lineage don't matter, we would have to reconcile that not mattering with the last book of the Bible that literally shows it matters step by step.
Well, my question, right, and I'm sure you're going to answer this, right, and it's going to go back to my point on the evil white man, right?
Mm-hmm.
Who assembled this?
If you believe that the Council of Nicaea assembled it, there's a lot of people who think Constantine was white. There's people who argue that he wasn't. And I don't know if the Council of Nicaea directly put those 66 books together per se, but I can concede the point that let's say it started at the Council of Nicaea, although a lot of people don't know the Council of Carthage.
Well, let's say this. Let's say that Constantine was not white, right?
Yeah.
The empire that facilitated this being put together was who?
Oh, you're talking about King James and them?
No, I'm talking about the Romans.
Well, that one there?
Yeah, I'm talking about the Council of Nicaea, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm talking about the Romans.
Mm-hmm.
And it I'm sure you remember the parable of like the seeds, right? Of the seeds falling on fertile ground, right?
Mm-hmm.
There's this parable that Christ talks about where some seeds fell on a rock, some seeds fell amongst weeds, and some seeds fell amongst fertile ground, right?
Yeah.
When I look historically, especially if you're coming from this perspective, right?
Sure.
The seeds that were on the fertile ground were the Romans. I know that largely even to this day, of course, people can say Ethiopia or whatever. I know, I got you, right? But I think it was the Romans. I think that this is how. There's some people that even argue. I mean, people like, God, I forgot that guy's name. That's the reason why white people did achieve what they achieved, because they accepted Christ en masse first. I don't think that I could agree with that, because of course there's the Ethiopians and other people in Western Africa or Eastern Africa, right? The Byzantine Empire, and I did a show about that on my channel. But I think that you don't get Christianity in the Bible today in the hands of us, the people on this panel, without the Romans.
I agree.
Yeah, that's my only point. That's my only point the whole time.
I think it's a good point. Yeah, I think, and that's the thing. Since I read, right, and there is prophecy that said that you will have to go to your enemy for wanting all things. I think it makes 100% sense.
Why do you think that these people are your enemy, bro?
What do you mean?
Like, you think that when you say you're going to your enemy, are you saying that the Romans were your enemy?
Back then, of course, right? You said who took over who took over the land at that time? Remember, like you said, the war in 70 AD, where all the people were where the Jews were dispelled out of the land, and they went into slavery in the trans-Saharan slave trade, which is how they got to the West Coast. So yeah, 100%.
70 AD. I'm gonna have to look that up.
Hey, when you get a chance, read this book. It's called From Babylon to Timbuktu. You heard of it?
Not the biggest fan of Timbuktu, but I'll go ahead and read it. I think a lot of Timbuktu is cap.
Yeah,
I think it's one story.
But it's the title of the From Here to Where. Yeah, but it's more so about what happened in that war at that time.
I just think I got to be honest, Hamper. I just think a lot of people they're not looking at I think that the people now that have this idea that they're a victim, they are squandering the greatest opportunity that anyone has ever had. Because they are so focused on the past of what white people did to them, it's not productive.
So I think that's well taken by me, right? So when I'm teaching like new people, oftentimes I don't go into that, right? If you ever see the videos, it's all about the white man this, the white man that. I don't give a fuck about that. It's more about empowerment. It's like, hey, you're these great people that can do these great things, right? We don't often focus on what the white man did. Who gives a fuck? We just focus on keep the laws, love Jesus, right? Get a woman from Proverbs 31.
Good
you know
luck
what I mean?
That.
follow the laws, right? And like you said, Jesus give you that shit. You can get grace. Don't keep fucking up, because you don't get grace forever, right? Sooner or later, you got to pay for them sins. But that's what we focus on. We don't focus on a bunch of who's this, that, and the third, who's bad. Like that shit is a waste of time, right? Okay. So 100%. Like I push. I work for myself, God willing. My wife don't work, God bless. I got a bunch of kids. You know what I mean? I don't even like.
So you said you're in DC?
I used to be. I'm in.
Were Houston you one of those guys outside of the Chinatown Metro that used to be yelling at people?
No.
Okay, all right.
I used to. You heard of Good Hope Road in Southeast?
Yeah, of course I heard of Good Hope Road in South. Yeah.
I used to go by myself, right? Because I was trying to figure out where you fit. When you first learn, and a lot of that stuff I didn't like the angle, so I used to go by myself. But I used to be getting my
into the belly of the beast.
Yeah,
exactly.
Belly of the beast.
That is not a good area at all.
But where else you gonna go? That's where you're supposed to go. You know what I'm saying?
Good luck with that.
I met one dude. He was a Muslim, right? And so he come up and he's like, "This is bull," because I had the Quran laying on the ground, but I didn't do it on purpose. But maybe subconsciously, yeah, right. Maybe subconsciously I did put it on the ground. To be fair, so he talking shit, whatever, and I say, "Hey, bro, if we fight, I can't lose because I got to come back next week." And fortunately, that was enough comic relief for him to kind of laugh. You know what I mean? But that shit used to be rough. But I'm just like, where else do you go if you really want to help people that need it? Right down in Chinatown, who the fuck ain't enough people out there?
Well, you just be yelling at a bunch of gay white people, and they deserve to be yelled at, though. But DC is I like DC. And this is what's funny. Like even with Ali was saying. The white people in DC are straight out of the book of hell. Okay, they're very fruity. They're very weak, and they don't deserve. They're borderline subhuman. They're not real white people, and the white people in DC. But it's such a stark comparison to the white people from like Southern Virginia.
Even where I'm at now.
Yeah, the white people from Texas. It's not even the same type of people. So this idea that all white people are like, you know, the same or whatever, they're not. Like, I think the white people from Texas would strangle the white people from DC to death. They are literally, their stomach hurts if they eat mayonnaise. They are the softest, most and they're all, you know, very, very liberal and, you know, but yet they're gentrifying people out of their neighborhoods, but they want to talk about unity and diversity and all this stuff. Yeah. So that's just what I'll say.
Yeah, no, DC is you gotta, if you go to DuPont Park, DuPont Circle.
God. Oh my God, bro.
If you don't skip, they'll arrest you for.
Oh my God, bro. It's like
you gotta walk and not skip.
Yeah, bro. It's you know, it's funny because like DC has this problem with parks, right? There's a lot of gay parks in DC, right? Like, you know, I went to Howard, right? So I used to live in Meridian, which is over by Columbia Heights. And I've never seen anything like this. There's a park across the street, and it's a huge park, and it's all gay. There's nothing but all the parks in DC are gay. I don't know. I can't speak too much to like Southeast or Northeast because I did live in Northeast for a little bit, like past Heckinger, over by Heckinger Mall. Yeah. Dude, I used to have to take the X2 every day in DC to work. And then I remember I got into a fight on the 90 bus, and this guy bit me. So like that's the one that goes up Georgia Ave. Yeah. But yeah, man, it's a lot of problems with gays in the park.
Yeah, gays in the park is crazy. First off.
Yeah.
Yo, let me read these fucking super chats. Hey, you did a pretty good job, man. You got to know where the hell your verses are, but other than that, not terrible.
Been a while.
Yeah. There's a couple things I was going to clean up, but I think overall, I think people got more from the conversation and me trying to correct every single little verse. You know what I mean? I think I think they could understand what you were saying, even if the verse was a little off and things of that nature. I learned that more as I grew in learning the Bible, is that people don't be knowing where shit is at, but people try to use that as a way to try to say, oh, you don't, you know what I mean? Like, I know what you're trying to say, so let's just keep walking down the road, you know, as opposed to try to prove people wrong and dispel it, you know, shit like that. It's not fruitful, you know.
I may have to read a little bit more. I've been a while. I mean, I've been reading a lot more recently, but I probably have to read a little bit more.
Yeah, no, 100%.
That's why I wasn't gonna touch the Council of Carthage. I'm gonna have to do my research on that.
No, it's good. And I've seen your brain churning. Like, let me go see what that looks like. I do this a lot, so I'm kind of used to it. But that was a good dialogue. I like it, man. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Omar Smith with the fellas said the Quran don't have English in it. Tell the brother so next time he'll walk right past you and leave you be. I got you. Oh, I'm gonna tell him next time. Aaron with the $2 says, Hamp, like I said day one, you are a fisher of men. Thank you, my brother. Shadow Drag, what up, man? I ain't seen you in a month of Sundays, man. I hope all is well. Great convo. You and Eric should do a show on this sometime. Yeah, like the history part of it. I know that's Eric's like thing too, just like how things originate. That even the history specifically is why I use the King James most often, because of how that book specifically was put together, as opposed to a lot of the other renditions. Eli with the 20 ball. He said, great show and conversation between Hamp and Eric. I normally be done left, but I like learning and appreciate the biblical education. Salute to y'all. Eli, please. Every time I'm here, I'm here. I mean, every time I'm here, you here. Aaron with the $2 says, we always go back to the word. See, Yah is with us. Mitt, what up, Mitt? He said, just showing support. Salute, my G. Aaron with the $2 says, Eric, keeping the convo interesting on different topics. Riri, she said, hush while Hamp teach. CJ with the $2 says, great conversation. Y'all boys spitting. Narratives and dialogue, salute and welcome with the $10 says, notice he did not come around till after the election. This dude only talk about race and have had these talking points a long time. He makes his rounds against black folks while biracial. I don't know. I heard Eric before. He talked about a lot of shit. LeGarrette with the $5.
Remember, you're mad because you voted for a biracial. So please, like, miss with the biracial stuff because you were crying that a biracial didn't win.
LeGarrette with the $5 says, gaming studios utilize ESG scores to fund studios with DEI departments, and gaming is $1 billion industry. Damn. Did I read this? Li with a 20 wants to drop Prime. He looked like he ain't learning nothing. Pay attention in class, bro. God damn. Hold on. Li with the $5. Ali is no longer light skinned. He is now burnt bacon after that cooking, respectfully. Jonathan with the $5 says, need to be right is strong in Ali, bro. Li with the $5 says, LOL, Ali getting cooked so bad and don't even know it. Shake my head. I feel bad for my boy. Free you, Ali, bro. Got you in a loop and you don't even know it. I think Ali said he was coming back. Darius with the $5 says, this is for the empowerment of this might be risky. Y'all niggas chill out for a couple minutes. Don't forget to tell a friend to tell a friend. Darius, I think we got it back. We didn't even have to kick nobody. Aaron with the $2 says, Ali never heard of the Hatfield and McCoys. Did I read this one? Aaron with the $2 says, as soon as HQ agreed with Ali, he started losing. HQ with the $10 says, the Latinos changed the electorate that voted and 10 million people stayed home. Blacks and whites stayed the same. They the motherfuckers that have the most immigrant relatives. I think I read this. Naked was popping with the $5 says, the white Democrats are not aligned with white Republicans. This is not even worth arguing. HQ with the $5 says, I wish Ali didn't have a delay. That was kind of messing up the back and forth too. HQ with the $5 says, read Jack Smith, the special prosecutor's case against Trump. It explains everything about the coup and Trump's role in it. He is guilty. CJ with the $2 says, Ali, you know you're wrong if HQ on your side. Aaron with the $2 says, I'm the most I seen the chat agree with Ali. I wonder. Tony so what's up? Tony been a member for 8 months. Says, come on, Prime. You sound foolish. Let's stop this mixed male mental melee mayhem immediately. HQ with the $10 says, I think I read this one, right? Yeah, I did. All right, cool. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend to tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Man, I think overall today was pretty fruitful. We've been here for 5 hours. Anybody got anything that they want to chime in on? Otherwise, we could do some final thoughts and get the fuck up out of here. And I think the Discord gonna be popping today for sure. Tips, salute. Y'all good? Everybody tired? Tired of me and Eric talking?
I love learning. Keep it coming.
That's what she said.
I like the ability to learn too. Thanks for I gotta get back in my word. Thanks for inspiring me, I guess. Yeah.
No doubt. Everybody just need a little catalyst, you know? So that's good, man. That's good. Inspiration is key, man. Lee, Lee, you good? I know you fell asleep in the last 15 minutes, Lee. I know you did. Now we can't hear you. See, look at God.
Put him in the fucking bedroom. Get him out of here. Come on.
Prime, any final thoughts? This was a great show, though. We can't hear you. God damn. Can y'all hear them?
No, I couldn't hear him either.
Yeah, I can't hear you.
Can't hear
Eric,
you.
Do you still stream or go live or whatever?
I've started to do it again. Okay. I did stop for a while. The native and dialogue guy is correct because I started doing like videos on demand to do like comedy and stuff like that. But yeah, I'm back. I mean, I don't know. I'm trying to make some money here, but I don't know.
I'm just saying, yeah. Well, I was asking because Empress already dropped this, so
appreciate that.
Yeah, man. Lee, can we hear you now?
Could y'all hear me?
Yeah, what's popping, man?
It's beautiful,
Final
man.
thoughts?
I wish I was religious, man. Seem like y'all able to get along a lot better with people that are religious, but I don't give a shit about none of that stuff y'all just spoke of.
Why not?
Because it's all bullshit. Y'all really don't know what the fuck y'all talking about. Y'all talking about history that y'all have never seen. History that has been.
Isn't that all history though?
Not my history.
I didn't see
know
Martin
my
Luther King.
Huh?
Don't you take shrooms?
I don't take shrooms. Don't you suck dick?
No.
Okay, so why you saying
wait.
No, I just saying like you may have memory loss at times.
Bro, how
I
you
mean,
just come at somebody and say they take drugs, bro? You retarded.
I thought that. I mean, hold on a second. I could be.
Said
I'd
let
be
you talk
mistaken.
for a whole hour without cutting you off.
He
I say
think
one
he the
thing,
wrong
you start
person.
talking
He the
about I take
wrong.
I think you're
Jesus
different. Somebody
fucking
different. I'm
Christ.
sorry. My mistake. Baby, it's the beard.
Well.
He
The thing
mistakes
is,
you politely.
I'm saying that all history.
Damn, you need another 2 hours to speak?
My mistake. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Lee. Get your final thought, Lee.
Jesus Christ, man.
Loved you.
Don't call Jesus now, nigga. He ain't coming. Remember you?
Nah, drop kick him. Anyway, all bullshit. Y'all don't know what the fuck y'all talking about. Shout out to the aliens. Some shit. I don't know. That was just. Ugh.
What's your final thoughts, Lee? Do you have any? You
believe in yourself, not what people tell you.
See, Christianity is so powerful that people have to attack it. This is why I know that it's the real, true religion. I mean,
I'm not attacking Christianity. It's all religion. All religion is bullshit. It's all a form of control. That's all.
Yeah, that's why we know it's powerful, because people we know it's real because people have to
never said it wasn't powerful. I know it's powerful. I just heard y'all talk for an hour and a half. I know it's powerful. Yeah, never said that.
Would you rather us go to talking about submission and 50-50? Is that better to talk about than the word of God?
Did I cut you off while you were speaking for that 2 hours? I let you speak. I don't get why you coming at me for. Like,
because I think you need to accept Christ in your heart. That's what I think.
Nah, we not doing that.
Why not?
Because it's all bullshit, bro. Now I get it. We need that for humans to be able to exist without killing each other and doing a bunch of weird shit to each other. But come on, man. Y'all just spoke of a bunch of niggas y'all never saw, never knew. Y'all is like y'all talking about Judah and all this shit. Like y'all don't know none of that stuff. Somebody told y'all that, and the people that told y'all that also told y'all lies as well. So
do you have a great grandfather?
It sounds incredible though. It's a great conversation. I appreciated the conversation, but a lot of cap.
Interesting.
Is that your final thought, Lee?
Yeah, that was my final thought. Yo, believe in yourself. Don't believe in what you see in the books and what people try to teach you and all this shit. Believe in yourself. That was my final thought. I said it.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah.
Hey, let me also say this. Sorry. Yeah, I did talk for like a minute. The reason why I really don't like religion is because they want people to be followers, and whoever has a mind that is open and wants to think outside of the box, they demonize those people, right? So that's the main reason why I'm agnostic, because it's not really like if I can't have my own thoughts and be able to be like, okay, this is what I feel, without somebody going, nah, you wrong, this, that, and the third, let's crucify you, which they did to y'all homie, Jesus. Okay. That's what they did to y'all homie. Then that's what it is. Like, even the history shows, whenever a man had his own thoughts, his own way of wanting to do things, people attacked him, people crucified him.
I thought you didn't believe in history.
I never said I don't believe in history. I don't believe in the history the way that y'all spoke it, because at the end of the day, his story is his story, and people who usually are able to tell history are the ones that win. And that's when I was talking back then when I was saying that men are inherently violent, and all this shit is just built off of a bunch of it's a house of cards.
This might be risky.
Lee will be back in 2 minutes. They said, drop this nigga for my Messiah. Eric, this is what I wanted. This one. Write this down or mark it down real quick if you can. It's a John 11 and 45 through 50.
I
you remember
the entire book of John. So this is going to be a breeze. What is chapter 11? What is that? I remember Nicodemus is chapter 3. What is chapter 11?
Good. So Caiaphas. Caiaphas was actually the leader at that time, who said,
"Oh, it's about Lazarus. It's about Lazarus."
John 11, and jump to verse 45 though later in the chapter. You don't have to read it now, but when people say that the Jews didn't believe in Jesus, they actually believed so much, even the high priest. That's why they wanted to kill him. So just when you get a chance, we don't have to derail now, but it just popped in my head because I was trying to think of the verse and I couldn't think of it when we were talking about that part. But when you get a chance, we can reconvene later.
Okay, I got you.
I just wanted to give you the verse because I couldn't think of it when we were going back and forth.
I got you. I can take a
Eric,
look at
you got any final thoughts though?
Man, Lord help Lee. We need to all come together and get some prayer for Lee. God may have cursed him a little bit with his just disrespect of the best religion ever to exist in the world. And I just don't get his points. Like, they want you to follow things. Yeah, everybody wants you to follow things, which is why we have laws, which is why we have a military, which is why we have a school system. Everybody at one point in time has something that they're going to follow. Okay, so this idea that I don't want to do it because I'm a follower. Okay, why don't you stop following the law? Lee was probably the guy out here while he's talking about following. Lee was out here with a mask on, probably telling other people to go put their mask on, telling me that he doesn't want to follow anything. Lee was probably calling the cops saying that people were outside of their house after 8 p.m. During the COVID lockdowns. So please don't give me this crap about how Lee doesn't want to follow anything. It's just ridiculous. I don't understand his points. But with that all in, I'm gonna holler at you. Good topic. I'm gonna go read some of that stuff today.
Yo, E, do me a favor. Go ahead, put your email in the back chat. That way we can convene on it when I actually plan something. Cause I usually do biblical shows on Wednesday. I usually call them "That Ain't in the Bible." So I'll clarify a thing that we thought that we were taught, but I'll just give verses that, well, this is what it actually says. Like, for instance, about like drinking and things like that. Things that people can actually apply right now. You know what I'm saying? So.
No, most definitely. So yeah, man, I definitely appreciate that, and got to read my word more. I'm out of here.
No doubt. Be safe.
All right. Oh, Lee's back. Lee, did you accept Christ yet?
Man, listen, shout out to Jesus, but cat, man, I don't need to accept Christ to be a good person, to be a sane, moral person, and not want to hurt people, not want to do a bunch of weird things. But I get it. Again, most of us are inherently violent. Most of us want to do nefarious things to each other. So y'all need Jesus. Y'all need religion to keep men and women in check. I get it.
Lee, no man is good. We've all sinned and fallen short, my friend.
No,
nobody's good.
No, that's what I'm saying. That's why y'all need religion. But you understand, if you're thinking outside the box, that is a form of control. That's all I said. I don't get why.
So you can be good on your own?
Yes, I'm good on my own. I don't believe in the religion and all this other stuff. I don't need religion or somebody tell me, yo, if you do wrong, you're going to hell. I don't need that to be
I cannot believe in.
That's all I'm saying.
I cannot believe in gravity. It still exists. Like I said, I don't believe in gravity.
But gravity, you're
gonna
compare gravity to religion? Okay.
Well, religion is more real than gravity is. So
religion is more real than gravity?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yo, bro. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, you know everything, so I'm not even gonna argue.
I don't. This is why I need. This is why I need a savior. You know everything. You know that you don't need God. You know that you don't need God. I know that I don't know everything.
It's not the same thing. That's why I call myself agnostic. God,
yeah, it is the same thing.
And that's another thing I hate that y'all do. God is one whole thing that I do believe in. Your religion is made by you niggas.
Yeah, but how can you?
God was not made by you niggas. What are you talking about? You making no sense right now, B.
Of course, I make plenty of sense. What I'm telling you is that in order to have God uses other people. This is why you have a church. This is why you have a organization. If you wanted to do anything in life, you can't. You don't live on an island. You have to go through other people to do things. This is the way that things work.
But sir, I don't ever said God. Because I believe in a higher power, and that's what God is. I'm talking about religion created by Maneth. So, for example, religion wasn't here when the dinosaurs was here. Wasn't no dinosaur preaching the Holy Spirit. No,
How you know about
guys
that?
created that. God has always been here, and gravity has been here before you. What the fuck are you talking about?
What separates? Well, first off, gravity and all these things, and the dinosaurs were all created by God. But what separates man from the dinosaurs?
Just said.
You talk about the dinosaurs were here. What separates man from the dinosaurs?
Consciousness, being able to understand these surroundings and all those other things. But my argument is, at the end of the day,
where does that come from?
But that wasn't the argument. The argument, I get that y'all had to find, like I already said, I understand why it was created, but let's not. I just don't want you to mix God and religion. Like,
why not?
Because
you
if
can't have.
Me and you were to warp to a different planet where there's other humans, you think that they will call God and Jesus all the same names as you? No, they changed the names. They probably changed the shit. Even Muslims are.
Religion is more real without. You don't know God without religion.
How don't you know? You could look
because
everything is
people.
God. What are you talking about?
Because
I don't need religion
it's the
to
same.
know God.
It's the same way that you don't have any of the stuff you have, whether it be history, language, everything in your entire life was taught to you by somebody else.
I'm cool with that.
Mathematics, all of these things.
Okay, I have no problem with that.
Okay, so this idea that Christianity or God is somehow not real because it's funneled through an institution like everything else is.
You gotta stop saying, you guys, Christianity and God, you guys are not the same. Your religion is one thing. God,
religion is more evident than God is. Religion is more. What's more real? What's more tangible to you right now at this point? Religion or God? What's more real?
God.
How? When did you
all of
saw
us
God?
Every even you being able to talk, breathe, and your body working in perfect unison for you to be able to walk, talk, crawl, all this other shit, that's all a resemblance of a higher being that created you. I don't need religion to tell me what God looked like or what.
How did you ever even find out the concept of a God? How did you even come up with the word God?
Okay, the word. Now you're talking about the words.
But it's all things. Religion is more real. Religion, people, human beings cannot touch God, the regular human beings, without like anointing. They can only touch God. Excuse me. They can only touch God. They can only touch God through religion. Religion is how people come into contact with God.
None of them, and my argument is none of them have ever came in contact with a. Have you ever heard of the Kardashev scale?
No.
Okay.
How'd you learn about that?
Huh?
How'd you learn about that?
Listen, man, you trying to attack me some more? I'm about to just go ahead.
How did you learn about the Kardashev scale?
From men.
Oh, okay. There we go. My point exactly.
Yeah,
my point exactly.
That's not the argument. Even if, first of all, God is, before people knew how to speak, people knew it was a higher power. And that's all I'm calling God, is a higher power. That's why I asked you, do you know what the Kardashev scale is? Because scientists already explained how a God could even be created.
Scientists?
Okay? Yeah.
Where does science come from?
From the observation of God, basically, which is the universe, which is everything
handed down from
whom? Is a form of some creator. That's what God is, the creator. That's who he is. That's all it is. That's why I said if I took you to a different planet, they would understand what I meant by the creator, the God,
so Lee,
God that created this, that created that, that created this.
Question.
They not going to understand y'all religion. Y'all come over there talking that religious shit, y'all gonna get boomed on. Period.
It's not
if
true.
I take y'all to a different planet, but since y'all here, y'all the only ones, y'all able to push this bullshit. But the moment another planet were to morph right next to ours, and y'all go over there talking about Jesus, they gonna fuck y'all up. But if y'all go talking about the creator, y'all call him God, y'all call him Allah, but he's really just the creator of everything. Everything.
What does he do?
That is able to understand what's going on, understands that they were God.
Lee, what is this God?
Because all it did was create division.
What is this God that you speak of?
Created unity.
No, it didn't.
Yeah. What is the God?
People were unified under the cross.
Hold on, Eric. Hold on. What does the God that you speak of? What is it a boy or does it have a gender?
No.
Okay. What does it do after it created everything? What happens then?
I'm not a god. That's why, again, y'all the ones that speak
Well,
like y'all
I'm
know
asking you a
everything.
question. Are you said this thing? You know that this thing definitely created everything.
Yes, a god is a creator. That's what a god is.
So God, the word God is actually of Germanic origin, right? And so it means power. So
Yeah,
you're
that's
using
why.
the term. That's what I'm trying to understand.
Okay, when you have the power of the universe, what do you then do? Create. That's why if you ever look up the
What
Kardashev
about your
scale, they talk
creations,
about,
though?
huh?
What about your creations, though? Do you just leave them to their own devices? Do they praise you? Do they worship? What do they do?
I think, okay, now you're talking about the rules. Okay, now we're getting somewhere. I do believe there's rules. I don't believe that. I think that humans have tainted the rules, right? Because of greed, power, lust, whatever you want to call it, right? They have tainted the rules. But yes, I do believe that he has rules. I just think that, again, humans have manipulated it to fit whatever agenda that they want in society.
Okay, so it is a man. Are you? It is
Is
a
it a
male.
man? No, it's
A
not a man.
male.
It can't.
Oh,
No,
you
no, it's
said
not a man.
he. You said he. That's why.
Okay, I didn't mean to say that, but
Okay.
the creator is not a man or a woman. It's a source of pure energy, is what I would deem it to be. For example, the Big Bang is what scientists said created the universe. That is the Big Bang.
Who said that?
Scientists, Eric.
Is religion a science?
Is science a religion? I don't think so. Scientists actually are, most of them are mainly agnostic, and most of them are atheists. They don't really believe in that type of stuff, and they created most of the things that we all enjoy today.
So, for example, gravity, right? Where did that come from?
It's always been here.
But with the study of gravity and the science of gravity and all this kind of
Observation
stuff, where did that come
of humans.
from?
Observations of humans. Yes.
Okay. Do you remember the scientists that came up with these theories?
Specifically, well, they said that
science large. I'm just going to go ahead and cut you because I got to go to the bathroom and I got to get out of here. Science came from the church. Okay. The institutions. Okay. The institutions, in terms of their observation with the creator, especially as of recent, have largely come from the church.
Even if that's true, it doesn't matter.
Or the people, or the temple, or any of these things. Okay, it does matter because you're putting religion in a separate category as you would put anything else in. Religion or church is merely a school. Okay? It is a school. It is a university of some sort. It is a place where people go to learn about the creator. Okay? Because most people, unlike what you say, they don't come out the womb knowing that there is a creator, just like you didn't come out knowing that there was a God, right? God, like all things, is taught to other people, right? By other people, like everything that we use today. I don't understand. I just feel like you're discriminating just a little bit when it comes to Christianity and when it comes to God and when it comes to these things.
Oh my God. All the religions, bro. Stop trying to create like a beef. I said all of the religions. I never even used Christianity. I said,
well, bro,
all
we can use Islam. Listen, we can all of a lot of innovations or a lot of things that were driven forward in math and science. We can use Islam. We can use that as an example. It was a lot of things that came out of mosques and fields of study. I just think that you need to judge Christianity or religion as you would judge anything else. Okay, there's people that need to learn about this stuff, and there's people that need to be taught about this. That's just what it is. God put men here to teach other men, and it's through other men that people are led to God. Because when God left, he left.
They kicked him for 10 minutes. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm gonna say it because when God left, he left 12 men. That's what he left, to go out and teach. Okay? He didn't say, what's up? Everybody's going to come to it on their own understanding. No, he left other people to go out and teach. I got to get up out of here, bro. But God, we got to pray for Lee.
Be safe, man. Damn. Can we do final thoughts now or what? Leah be back in 12 minutes.
Let me go ahead and knock my final thoughts out so I can get up out of here.
Go ahead.
So I appreciate the panel, everybody who came on talking good stuff. I wish there were more women on the panel because for whatever reason, it seems like when there's a heavy female panel and only a few men, the conversation goes one way. And then when there's more men than women, the conversation goes another. We need more of that, especially in these topics that we've been talking about this week. But yeah, appreciate everybody. Great conversation. Hope everybody got something from what was going on today. Peace.
Glow stupid as hell. He said because you want to. Damn, man.
I'm gonna be honest. It's not that. I'm gonna be honest with you though. The last chat we had, a lot of the women were up having conversation, and as soon as like 2 or 3 guys came off, like Ro left, I think Love left, and a couple others. It's like as soon as the men come in with a counterpoint, you just start seeing women leave. So shout out to Callie, Sherelle, Jay, HQ, because I see they'll stay down and fight, but a lot of the women, as soon as a couple counterpoints hit, they out the door. So
yeah, I think you guys, I think the word, since instantly when we have to use, they got to stand there and fight. That's probably the thing we need to assess first. There's a lot of times when I'm up there with the 9 women and I'm not fighting them. I'm not cutting them on every single time they say a thing. I think it's important. And I don't think you do it but I think when they let that point come out, then combat it, then like the next one come out, then combat it. Boom, 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 back and forth. Because it's easy to overtalk them. Just to be honest. And that's no shade to the women. It just is, Yeah,
that's a fact.
So I try to keep that in mind. So maybe I'll curate it next time to where it's them and maybe a couple of guys who want to converse and then keep it closed. That way we can have that dialogue. Because if you remember before I dropped it, we was doing a little bit better.
Doing real good.
So that's kind of why I do it like that at times, So
yeah, we definitely gotta have this conversation because at this point we're very divided, and if we can't talk to each other online or in person, all this division is just gonna we're just gonna stay divided.
Yeah.
But yeah, I appreciate y'all. Peace. Catch y'all on the next one.
All right, be safe, man.
All right, brother.
Any final thoughts?
Great show, great show. I'm sorry that I'm not sorry, but I'm looking forward to getting more savvy into the Bible. Like when I was younger, I was more into it, and then I kind of faded out. But hopefully, I can gradually guide myself back in there. I feel like I think I'm in a better place than I was a long time ago, or a couple of years back even. So it was good to get this conversation. So it's just a bridge or a segue to getting better. And and the whole, whoever had the little mascot comment, man, I believe in God wholeheartedly. So if I'm a mascot on here to you, I'm a mascot for God first off. So take it as that, my dog. So yeah, we do it like that.
No doubt. Pimp J, any final thoughts?
No final thoughts.
Yeah, man, I think it's been an awesome week of shows, man. I think we've been growing. I think people can see it. I think that there's gonna be vigor in the conversation, no question. And at times they do exceed discourse to an argument. We understand that, but I think the more we can taper it off, the more we can get through. Like even when Eric and I were talking, right? It wasn't contentious because it don't have to be, right? And I largely control that. I know that, and so I don't really try to run over anybody's points. I try to understand them, and I can diffuse them or refute them without having to attack it, and I think it's important to be immersed in what you're saying so that you don't have to do too much, so I think overall it's good, man. This combo is interesting for sure. I like it. That election was something, man. I think we might be done with it, but I have a couple more concepts I want to mine out. So make sure y'all go into Discord, man. It's gonna be fun in there, I'm sure, because we ain't staying on all night tonight. It was on there all day yesterday. So if you have an opportunity, if you have a moment, please join the Discord. It's a lot of dope conversation. If you guys didn't already hear it, the next This Might Be Risky meetup will be in Atlanta, Georgia.
Hey.
So more details to come. We have some matches already geared up for the boxing, but I think the event that's gonna take precedent is Adult Field Day. Know what I mean? So that's gonna be cool, man. We playing cup in hand kickball, 3-legged race, and we playing basketball. I'm sick of y'all high school basketball playing niggas talking shit to me, bro.
Flag football is also a possibility, by the way.
Flag, they don't want. I'm gonna knock somebody block off. I'm gonna see how good y'all high school stars was. I'm gonna see how good y'all non-collegiate athlete motherfuckers play these sports that y'all say y'all play. I'm calling my own fouls. Don't be crying. There ain't no crying in street ball. Okay? Unlimited fouls.
Damn, unlimited.
We about to get busy, man. Cup in hand kickball is mad fun.
Wow.
Nah, Peter, I'll be in shape. And plus, I got to fight the Golden Gloves fight in February. So I'll be in like tip-top shape for sure. And this is how we doing the basketball. So it's gonna be 3-on-3, 2 courts going at once. The game is to, let's say, 9. Let's say I'm down here playing Foe's team, and then let's say Mr. Fantastic and Lee playing each other down there 3-on-3. Once my game finished, both games are over. And we're gonna have I'm gonna have to make some type of shot clock so that people don't just hold the ball trying to look for the other game. That usually doesn't happen though at the gym. People just be trying to score. But it's definitely gonna be half court 3-on-3. It is going to be the first week of April, man. I know y'all get all y'all refund checks, so it'll be right on time.
Shit like that. Damn.
Yeah, man. You know,
We're capitalists.
the football game might have to just be like one game because football takes so long, you know. But we're gonna get it done. Yeah, I'm gonna be hacking like shit too. I can't wait. Lee, any final thoughts?
Listen, man, God is real. Power is real. But these niggas don't know nothing about what he cooking up there. Just is what it is, you know. But shout out to all the religions. I think that they are needed because niggas is dangerous. That goes for all humans. When I say niggas, we dangerous and we needed something to control us. So I, no problem with that. I just don't understand why the people that want to be free thinkers got to get attacked for it.
Oh yeah, Rock. Let's do that. Yeah. All football players on one team. Yeah, definitely. I'm gonna be knocking shit. Oh my god. All I can hear is mouse in the house, man. Basketball players, y'all too.
Stop.
Like, I don't know. I need a good word for y'all.
Athletic.
Like,
Pull up, Lee. We got to shoot, man.
Petite comes to mind when I think about basketball players.
Lee, pull up, bro. Just pull up, Lee. No talking. No talking.
Yo, football players. Okay, so y'all be walking around with tights on all day, right?
Mm-hmm.
Y'all buttocks be poking out. And y'all calling basketball players petite?
Yeah, petite's just body size.
Yeah,
football not even a real sport. Why y'all call it football when y'all ain't kicking shit? How y'all just steal a name like that? That's crazy.
This might be risky.
I love y'all. I appreciate y'all. Oh, do I got any more super chats? Lee's an asshole. Li with the $5 says, Lee, log off, bro. They finished cooking you respectfully. Omar with the $5 says, Lee, here goes the word of the creator. I don't know how to read it. LOL, I got you, bro. Sorry. Oh, I can't read it. LI with a $5 says, now Lee about to get cooked by Hamp too, bro. Ain't even going to be recognizable after the show. Nah, we just talking, man. We just talking. Truth and Reality Undefeated with the $5 says, niggas like Lee hate religion because he hates rules, just like the female he speaks like. He don't like any form of accountability. He's a deviant. God damn, Lee.
Nigga, you 5'7", and you wore a wig online like multiple times. Shut up.
Daily Living with the $10 says, for the time will come when they will not endure sound doctrine, but after their own lust shall they heap to themselves teachers having itching ears, turn away their ears from the truth. 2 Timothy is 4. I don't want to say 4. Damn, I can't remember. Christopher J with the $2 says, you got checkmated twice. Bye, Lee. JT with the $10 says, religion in the belief the belief in and worship of a superhuman power or powers, especially a god or gods. Ideas about the relationship between science and religion. Yeah, he was right. Asia, great show, Hamp. I love listening to intelligent men build. Felt like home. Appreciate you. I think I read this one. Okay, cool. We good. All right, y'all. 2. I knew it was 4. But I couldn't. I didn't want to get the verses wrong. Okay, so I was right. Yeah, I knew it was 4, but I be getting rusty. I think I be getting hit in the head too much, man.
Yeah, but I got a question for you, real quick. Have you heard of the Kardashev scale?
I heard it. I'm not versed. So I would say no, I guess.
You know what the Dyson sphere is?
Yes, I think.
Okay. One day humans will become gods. It's all about power. It's all about power and being able to harness power. Right now, the power that humans have, we at
I think that's referring to immortality, right?
A level. No. Well, eventually, yeah, you'll become immortal once you are able to consume get enough power. So, for example, we right now, we are civilization 0. We are able only to consume the power of our planet, which is basically just oil and things like that. The next level is being able to consume the power of your sun. Okay, this right here will give you
All right, come on, hurry up.
See, now this the hurry up shit with a real side start hitting the pavement. Now it's hurry up. But go ahead, never mind. I ain't gonna say nothing else, man.
All right. Thank you. I love you too. Hey, listen, man. Philippians 4:13. I can do all things through Christ who strengthened me. Like, share, subscribe. Tell a friend to tell a friend. See y'all niggas on Monday. Oh no, tomorrow we definitely working out in the morning. All right, and we out.